Before we go into the extensive discussion on the challenges and the best practices, we'll just have a quick presentation on the status of HR in the microfinance. Reena, to please come on the stage. And all of you, we'll be serving tea and coffee very soon. Before that, please use up your energy to clap for Reena. Thank you so much.
The entire team for setting the stage for us. Am I audible?
Yeah.
I'm happy to take you through the transformation we're bringing in the hiring and recruitment space. I'm sure all of you know about Equifax. We are a credit bureau, and the job of a credit bureau, or the role that we play in the industry, is mitigating the risk of an unsuitable customer, thereby ensuring that business is profitable, organization is growing, and so similarly, we launched an employment bureau where we mitigate the risk of an unsuitable hire at the offer stage itself. So organizations mostly use our platform before the offer stage. We have a 120-year-old legacy, and we are present in 24 countries. We run 4 engines in the country: Microfinance Bureau, Retail Bureau, Commercial Bureau, and we are the only one to have the Employment Bureau. We're present in US, UK, Australia, India, and Canada. We're the largest in the US, where 90% of the Fortune 500 companies are already using our services day in and day out. And we are that effective in the US, where given the size of the database that we have there, even the federal government uses our platform to release unemployment benefits. Like, that's massive now. So we're trying to replicate the same thing in India. Okay, we've been around for a few years, and we are growing at lightning speed. So let's take a step back and understand, the need of creating a digital repository. So fraud, I think employee fraud is a very common phenomena across industries. And in fact, it gets even more critical in the BFSI segment because we deal with money, right? So how do we make sure, that we inculcate right practices and avoid, these kind of uncertainties happening in the organization? Okay, because see, one thing is that the repercussion of an employee fraud is much, much larger than the penalties imposed on the organization. Like you would basically loss of credibility, loss of customer loyalty, and in fact, in certain cases, even the senior officials are questioned and arrested. So I think that is a much, much larger loss than the penalties imposed by regulating bodies. So would you like to share a few cases, a few instances where you've come across an employee fraud, and how did you deal with it? How did your organization deal with it? Any one of you? See, fraud is a fraud irrespective of the value. So, even if it's like a nominal value, I think it still comes under that category. But any instance, it could be anything. We see so many instances, which has been highlighted in newspapers, or they make headlines, I think recently also there's something that's happening, right? I think yesterday there was something. Okay, well, let me take you through a few cases that I thought I'll share on this forum. So one of the leading microfinance firm, where gold worth 10.47 lakh was siphoned by the manager and the deputy manager. Another such instance was with a leading bank, where the branch manager actually, withdrew the fixed deposits and he converted into, new savings account, new FD accounts, so that he could just meet his sales target. So what I'm trying to make a point here is that, it's imperative that, we have an employment repository where we can highlight information like these, so we can encourage best practices for the organizations like this. Now, I'm sure all of you are using background screening companies, and would you like to highlight few challenges that you are facing, you're experiencing with the current BJV process? Good morning. I'm sure we experience a lot of challenges.
There may be many. We're looking forward for your support. What kind of support can you extend to us?
Okay, I'll take that up as well. So being in the background screening verification space for the past 2 decades, maximum discrepancy is observed in employment verifications. I'm sure all of you will agree on that. Along with that, the turnaround time ranges between 1 to 6 weeks, wherein business needs candidate as on yesterday with a clean BGD report. Why? Because business is getting impacted. Okay, so how do we sort that? Unless and until you have a repository which is 24/7, where you can log in anytime and access the employment information, you will not be able to, solve that for the industry. Another thing is that, the unreported history is not available with the current scheme of things. Along with that, the entire process is manual, where you're compromising on security at a different scale altogether. One more thing that we observed is that there is one particular HR resource or a team of HR resource who's actually busy handling exit queries. You could actually, divert all the exit verification queries to Equifax, and the resource could be used for, core HR related activities. To solve all these pertinent issues, we have, we built an employment repository where employers like you contribute data on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, monthly basis, and the same set of employers also ping the bureau to do a quick due diligence of employees' previous employment history. We also have background screening companies using our platform so that they can speed in their verification process at this point. I have a small video which basically talks about the benefits of using our platform.
These are among the application challenges facing HR every day. The hiring process shouldn't be a guessing game, and it doesn't have to be if you leverage pre-employment verifications from Equifax. Get a more complete view of help see a candidate's previous experience. Confirm current employment without contacting their employer, and detect inconsistencies and omissions. Doing this earlier in the candidate life cycle will help identify qualified applicants, improve talent quality, and positively impact employee retention and tenure. So you can focus on finding the right candidates that make for more exceptional employees. Say hello to a more efficient candidate experience because you verified employment early. Know more. Hire smarter. Contact us to start using pre-employment verifications today.
So we basically are a pre-filter to your current BGP process. There is no way where I'm saying is that I will replace the current background screening process, but it's basically an alert that I give you way before in the hiring process. Some stats about how big we are in India. We have around 270 members with us today, where Microfinance has mandated all the MFI members to contribute their active as well as inactive data. We've onboarded the large NBFCs, and 7 out of 11 small finance banks are already with us. As on date, we have a data of 3 million, where we boast about a 46% hit, which used to be 5% few years back. And with this 3 million data record, 63% of the candidates have experienced faster onboarding, and for 37%, we have raised red flag where our member companies were able to make the right decision to go ahead with the candidature or not. Some more stats here where the absconding and terminated cases, I think all of us will agree with this, and I think it's quite common that it's observed, it's high between the 20 to 30 years of age group. But what's alarming is that the rising number of the absconding and terminated cases in 30 to 40 years. Now they can have a much larger impact because these are experienced professionals. Some trivia here, being a female leader, I think I'm delighted to share this. that the number of absconding terminated cases within a female candidate is much, much lower compared to a male candidate. On that note, I think a very happy Women's Day in advance.
Thank you.
So we recently did an inquiry, did a POC for a banking segment where we had 7 lakh inquiries with 46% hit and 11% discrepancies. Now all of us are in the HR and recruitment space, where we understand the cost of hiring a candidate, then the cost of training, okay, and then after 3 to 6 months, if you know that you've hired a wrong candidate, then the cost of replacing that candidate. And then, if there is any kind of fraud that he has committed in the organization, the way you are jeopardizing the entire reputation and credibility of your organization. So the cost that's showed here, it's I think 53 crores is again a much lower cost that we're talking about, wherein if you hire a wrong candidate, the impact is much, much larger than the cost showed here. That definitely is a reason why we should have a digital employment repository where we can get information that's accurate and first-hand. Some stats on the MFI segment where we executed 2 lakh inquiries and the hit percentage has risen from 46 to 52% and the discrepancies were also increased by 15%. Few of the voice of customers here where some customers had had good things to share about our repository. I think I can see a few faces here as well who've been using our services and did share some good feedback about the repository, and also I welcome the feedback that they've shared as in the few tweaks that they want us to do in the product so that you can efficiently hire better. So one such case was wherein we highlighted that a branch manager was actually a terminated employer from his previous organization, but this guy had a very clean BGB report. So we were able to highlight that for one of the organizations. Other such case was wherein a bank actually just did a quick dipstick on the 185 freshers that they had hired. And we were able to bring forth that 7 out of those were actually terminated and absconded from the previous organization. So when they're claiming that they are freshers, but actually they have some experience, which there is no other way that you could actually pull out that information, because with the current scheme of things, the entire process is manual. Like imagine you would need the BGB report immediately. The consultant will go ahead and try chasing the HR manager. He must be in a meeting. All of us are occupied with 200 things. He might just talk to any other person in that organization and just complete the BGB report. That's the reason why we need a repository where it is contributed by employers like you and which is also used by employers like you. Now manual, I think I've covered this point, but still manual verifications are fake as it's dependent, as it's done manually, versus the more secured repository that we are building, which is digital and it's contributed by employers themselves. Accuracy matters, and we can assure you that the information that's there on my platform is 100% accurate because it comes directly from the source. It comes directly from the employers. It's a unique repository, one of its kind. It's built by the industry for the industry. And we, any which way, have your exit data. So it becomes more convenient for me to carry out the exit verifications on your behalf. So I think it's a benefit that we are offering to all of you, wherein you could just divert those queries to us, and you can use the HR resource for core HR related activities. Way forward for Employment Bureau. Now we have big plans. Like I think all of us have our 2025 goals, 2024 goals in place. Where this year we are targeting to spread our wings in ITS segment, via collaboration with NASSCOM. We're also exploring integration with NSDL, so we can have a one-stop solution for all of you. Along with that, we're also engaging to build an integration, to build a connector with the EPFO platform, where currently if you using my bureau right now, you can do a KYC search. So I'm giving you an alternate search with an EPFO once the EPFO connector is onboarded, and we see that happening by the end of this year. Now, so we have your income details. We are a bureau. I have all income details of the country. We are building the employment bureau. Now, the future to this is, I would be in a situation where I will connect the income report and the employment report. With that, I think this will be a massive boost to the lending industry, where I think loans can be issued in seconds. So gradually we want to get to that kind of platform where we are able to give you income report and employment report at the same time, but that's our 2025 goal. That's it. Thank you from my side. I'm open to any questions.
Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aditi. I'm representing SAVE here. I have few things that I just wanted to bring it to your notice, and this is just feedback. And these are the few challenges that we're facing.
Right.
So there is no real-time data update on the portal. That's one. Discrepancy in information is very, very high, and it keeps changing. Like after 3 months, when we're offering the data is different. After 3 months, the data changes. I'm sure the HR person is changing that. Mismatch in information available in Equifax and BGB reports. All NBFCs are not using it, especially microfinance. A lot of microfinance are not using, or I would say few of the microfinance are not using, rather saying a lot. Limitation in IP address. So when our regional HR are traveling, there is an IP which needs to be connected, and when they're traveling, it gets very, very difficult for them to use the Equifax because they visit branches and they do branch hiring.
Can I answer one by one? So to answer to your IP is that you're moving to cloud. So I think that will sort it.
Sure.
Talking about NBFCs, we currently have 18 top NBFCs with us.
Yeah.
And we are penetrating in the others. So I think if one of the NBFCs where you're hiring from, I think the top ones normally you would hire from. But if there is another organization that you think we should onboard, happy to connect with them immediately.
Sure. So we are hiring for microfinance. So we're talking about, I would specifically talk about only microfinance. So I think there are more than 200 plus microfinance.
225.
Yeah, and
precise.
yeah, but few of them are not available and few of them are not even updating. And when we go back to them for background verification, they don't even respond. So that gets very, very challenging to identify whether the candidate is right fit or whether we should hire or not.
No, I agree with you. It will be effective only if everyone
Right.
is on board.
Absolutely.
And real-time data is.
Yes.
At
least, not
but at least whatever is available, that also can be made use of. That is all.
Absolutely. But sir, yeah, but even monthly updation would also help. Like, let's decide 20th of every month.
So that's why we have to decide among ourselves.
Right.
We have to be doing it on a proactive.
Sir has to have a mic, otherwise the people at the back.
So this is the first step to sort actually. So I think a lot of people don't know that we have an employment bureau. So I'm actually, so this is the first step where we want to introduce, we want more and more organizations to be part of us.
It will be surprising to me that microfinance, if you're in microfinance industry and you don't know Equifax, it will be very, very surprising.
We all know Equifax, but all of them are not contributing data on
Right,
Equifax.
that I agree.
So
But I'm sure
all
everybody
this-
would know about Equifax, and I think this is a beautiful platform and one should use it. It has been really helping us in hiring the right candidate. I will give you an example. We last month only we have sourced just for one branch 120 candidate, out of which only 20 we could onboard because rest of the candidates were not right fit for our organization. I think all thanks to Equifax we could just quickly filter it out and offer. Yeah, so I think you're doing a fantastic job. If everybody comes on board, I think it will be beneficial for everyone rather than just few organization.
And out of the 20, how many are women?
So most of our branches does not have women. We are working on. Yeah, that's another issue. I have few more points that I want to quickly cover up. I think if you could add a candidate grievance redressal system also there, that will be also helpful because I have personally observed that there are times when HR put incorrect information, and because of that the employee has to go through a lot of challenges, and they have to keep like a ping pong ball from one organization to the other organization. The current organization is not ready to accept. The previous organization is not ready to give clearance. So employee suffers a lot. And then HR also, I mean, in my organization, we try reaching out to the HR and get the clearance. But then if an employee can write there, then maybe from Equifax, that pressure can be created.
So we do get those grievances. So employees directly reach out to us. They
Yeah,
write
but
to
if
us.
something can be
But a
created.
mechanism on the platform,
Yeah.
I take that feedback. Yeah.
And TAT for dispute raising is another thing that can be looked into, and remarks option is not available for complicated cases, and log should be there for any data change. That will help an HR know that if there is any data change has happened, one HR can figure it out that we can pull out a report saying for these employees last 6 months or last 2 month employees, if there has been any change in the data, that will also be very, very helpful. That's about it.
So we've actually launched QBRs now, where I think, Kalina is I think talking to most of them, but I will conduct these QBRs for all the existing customers, where to address this concern of yours, we've launched alert. So you will be alerted whenever there is any change in the candidate information.
Alright, that's
So-
good. I mean, we've not been informed, so I
Yeah,
thought
yeah, yeah. So then I've just started that. I've done with few customers, but I think in a couple of months I'll do the QBR with all of them.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
So the rest of the questions can be
Yeah, you can
addressed,
address that.
Sure, sure.
while having tea.
Thank you so much for listening to me.
So here we have moderator Mr. Jayasalam, the speakers are Mr. Mayuk Maiti, Natarajan R, Pallab Mukherjee, Kranti Sethi and Prashant Rai. Just give us 5 minutes to arrange the quite heavy voice. So may I request, Mr. Jayasalam sir is here already. May I request Mr. Mayuk Maiti, Head HR Tata Capital. Please a round of applause. Little more energetic. Mr. Natarajan R, Chairman and MD, South India Finvest. Mr. Pallab Mukherjee, CPO, Equitas SFB. I can see many Equitas people over here, please. Ms. Kranti Sethi, Head HR Swatantra, please. Mr. Prashant Rai, CHRO's Bandana.
So happy to be here to head the panel. So thank Sa-Dhan for giving this opportunity. So human resources, most important assets for any organization. But now, of late, we are facing a lot of challenges. More particularly, post-COVID, all MFIs are facing the great challenges in human resources. So first, see level of engagements. Is it audible now? Okay. So level of employees engagement. If you see the Gallup survey report of 23, so only 23% of the employees are engaged. That means they are involved in their work. They are doing a meaningful work and contribute really to the organizations. And the next 59%, they are not engaged. That means they come for the work, they spend the time and they go. They don't really contribute anything and they are not passionate. They are not feeling that any purpose out of their work. And third one, the 18%, they are totally disengaged. They are doing harmful to the organizations. So here our challenge is immediately to target this middle 59%, where if we put them adequate attitudinal change trainings, we can make them as engaged. So that is our challenge. That's we are going to talk about. And the Gallup also have found out that recent emerging needs of the employees, they added 4 things. So they need quick feedback. So initially we used to have 6 months or quarterly and all. So but now they say weekly feedback. And now the more focus on well-being because employees survey indicates that 44% of the employees are stressed. So the well-being should be the focus and treating staff with respect. Because people are very emotionally sensitive. Even just yelling by a manager, immediately the field staff puts the paper. So that way that the middle management and branch manager has to change their way of thinking and delivering the promises made to the customer because this will add to the purpose completion. So this has to be addressed. The last one, but the most important one, the purpose story. So focus on purpose. So means will follow. So once the staff is aligning themselves with the purpose of the organization, they will be happy. They will stay with the organization. So the productivity will go up by 225%. It's a Bain and Company research. And they will enjoy the work. Even though work pressure, it may be extend beyond the normal working hours, they will find joy in fulfilling their work because they are purpose aligned. So recently, when I met one of the microfinance lady, she was telling her story. So she was a poor woman selling dolls in a beach. She was not able to meet even the basic needs, but she joined MFI and undergone a training. She is good at cooking, so she started a small canteen with a first loan. She survived, and after repaying that one, she took couple of loans. So I have met her after taking 5 loans. So I was asking her, so what is your success story? She told, so now I'm having a stall in the beach. I offer food, especially the seafood in the lunch and dinner, and I earn 12,000 rupees is my sales daily. What is your margin? She told that it's 50%. So she earns 6,000 and an average per day. See, for a month, 1.8 lakhs. What a transformation to that poor lady because of microfinance. That lady herself, she has enrolled more than 100 ladies in that area into that MFI. Such kind of purpose stories. We have many stories in the field. Each one MFI will be having hundreds of stories or thousands of stories. But it's not coming to the knowledge of the new stuff. So that is why they don't take pride in having this job because this is a noble job, microfinance. So with these opening remarks, so I would like to listen to our esteemed panel members. So we are going to have 3 rounds. First, each one will have their own perspectives on this talent management as well as the best practices. So each one can take 3 to 5 minutes. After 3 rounds of questioning, we will open the floor for questions from the audience. Okay? So I would like to first invite, sir, please come.
Tata Capital per se is a young entrant into the microfinance space. We are hardly 2.5 years old, but we have grown very rapidly and we also aspire to grow very rapidly in the future. We are already present in around 350 branches across the country and we have a book size which is greater than 600 crores. So we are growing very rapidly. Since we are relatively young, we are also in the process of learning many things in the microfinance space. Having said that, the way that I would like to look at this entire talent management space is right from the beginning, which is basically this entire process of talent creation, which I think is a space which is very underserved, so to say. Talent creation, talent acquisition, then talent mining, and then moving into the talent. How do you advance talent within the organization? And why I want to start with the talent acquisition, talent creation spaces, since we all know that, microfinance is a business which goes into villages and by pin codes, and the talent pool per se there is limited. You can have so many people, and all of us are into that space, looking at the same talent pool, and hence there is this. You talked about this poaching and attrition, and it is also a reason why that with that small talent pool, if so many companies are there, the people get an opportunity to shift from one company to another. But what we do not invest as organizations, is perhaps we are to blame, is also that we have not done enough in widening that universe of talent. While in many of the financial services, in at least till tier B cities, there have been some investments in creation of management programs and things like that. How do you bring down that talent pool? And as you know, that in this remote villages and things like that, the level of education, the quality of education, even with the graduates, the quality of the graduates, there is questionable to a great extent. So how do you create, as an industry, how do you invest in creation of talent in this geographies, and hence can benefit not only us but the country as a whole? That is one thing that I think the industry needs to come together and do some work around it. The next is, of course, again, since we recruit in large numbers, the quality of this talent identification process, that per se needs to undergo a change. Today, as rightly mentioned, that it is under business pressure, that talent needed to be there in the branch producing as of yesterday. So often what is compromised in this entire rush of onboarding people is the quality of the recruitment that happens. And here we are looking at using Gen AI and some of the interventions to figure out if that can help us, and because it is also widely spread, so to help us in some of those use cases around creation of better quality of recruitment. Of course, as you go, that talent comes within the organization. There are various programs we are trying to create. For example, and as rightly said, attrition is a big issue in the industry. And I have typically seen our data. If you look at this entire pyramid of the microfinance business, the highest attrition obviously is at the bottom, which is the field officer and the branch manager level. And here, 1/3 of the people that we lose within the first 3 months. So infant attrition is extremely high. So what we have also realized is, if somebody stays with us for 6 months, at least, then perhaps he'll stick with us for a longer period of time. So how do we engage with this individual in the first 6 months? So we have launched various programs around it, including how do you create a very immersive learning intervention, day-wise learning intervention during the first first 3 months or so, and also can you incentivize his stay for a longer period of time, so that he sees that if he stays with us for say a year or so, there are substantial improvements in compensation, etc. So there are some incentives that we are trying to create around it. There are also accelerated role movements that we are wanting to create after, of course, his evaluation of performance and assessment of his leadership. I mean, man management capabilities will become a branch manager, become a ASM. So those accelerated movements, if there are deserving people. So those are the programs that we have sort of rolled out as of now. And so those are the ways that we have thinking. These are early days. The issues that all of you have, we also have. and we are also newcomers, so we are trying to do a lot of things using technology, using other things. But I mean, the jury is still out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayur. So, Mayur has highlighted this lack of talent pool, and we need to invest on creating the base wider. Thank you, sir. Sir. Yeah. So, next I would like to request Mr. Natarajan, sir, MD of Southeast Finvest, to share his perspective.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Let's put some energy here, right? So maybe I'll just stand up and speak so everybody can hear me. Microfinance industry as being the most labor-intensive industry. Memenji talked about, I think about 2.75 lakh. In my view, the total outstanding today is about 4 lakh crore, right? If you take an average 1 crore per field officer, which takes it to about 4 lakh people directly on the field, and then if you take the ratio of really 70-30, which is 70% direct and indirect 30%, you can add additionally maybe about 1.5 to 2 lakh people. So it almost takes it to 6 lakh people being employed in the microfinance industry today. You compare that to the private sector, overall private banking sector employment is almost about 7.5 lakh people, right? Okay, and IT industry today employs close to about 3.5 million people, including I think core IC sector, and then you have. So I think we are building, in my view, this 7.5 lakh, almost 250,000 people is going to really double over the next 6 to 7 years, because like the portfolio is going to really double again in the next 4 to 5 years, right? So that point is very, very important. Now, this is the most labor intensive because this is the most transaction intensive, right? Because the average ticket size for the microfinance industry is about really 50,000 rupees. Okay, if an organization does about under crore a month, so we need to be prospecting close about really like 30 to 40,000 clients, and then after filtering out and everything, like we end up giving loan for about 20,000 people. So like the amount of really transaction intensity that's out there is huge, right? Now, I think putting this into perspective, before building this company, I was involved in a senior management role in the Middle East, and I was managing close to about 15,000 people, all from multiple really cultures. Okay, I mean, you would have about 15 nationalities at any given point of time. But one thing that really united everybody, okay, is, and let me be a little more controversial here. I think in business, toughness is overrated and empathy is underrated. I think this is very, very important to really understand this. I think I need to be tough and I need to be really strict and all of this. This is very, very overrated. I think putting empathy first and putting really care, okay, first into front is very much underrated in the business. In my view, okay, that's what we have tried to do. I mean, we've inverted actually, I think we don't want to be tough actually. Okay, now, there is a famous really author, John Maxwell. I mean, I don't know how many of you have read his books. He has written more than 100 books. He's one of the famous leadership experts in the world, right? He says, you speak to somebody's heart before you ask for somebody's mind. Right? Okay? I think that's so powerful. That's what, I think speaking to somebody's heart is all about really being more empathetic. Okay? Putting empathy first. Putting care and really kindness first. Right? I think that's what is missing in most of the really companies, I would say. It's not specific to microfinance, but I think more so pronounced in microfinance, but that's why you're seeing so much of really attrition today. Right? I think 30-40% attrition is very, very high. Right? Now, in our company, we employ almost about really 1,400 people right now, and we are rapidly growing. We have about 150 branches. We want to be about 500 branches company over the next 3 years. So we are rapidly growing right now. Let me tell you, this is my experience. Because I want this experience to be of something value to you. So that's what we are sharing right now. In our company, we have been able to bring down the attrition. Okay, I think Sa talked about the infant attrition. Okay, I think that's fine. I mean, anything less than 30 days, you just leave it because people really assume something, come to the job, and then they leave. That's just leave it, right? Now, if you take our attrition at the overall really experience level, okay, anybody more than 60 days for whatever, we have been able to keep it less than 5%. You know why? Now, we follow, again, little bit of really perspective here. We said, when an employee joins us, okay, as an entrepreneur, now we want to be, I think entrepreneurs is all about really making an impact. I think there's no better sector really to be impactful than microfinance sector. That's why we chose, to be present in this sector. Right now, we said, okay, we want to be the most respected company in the industry. We want to grow on a consistent basis, and we want to build a very, very happy company. I mean, that's a pivot, okay, on which we are really building the entirely the experience. Right now, how do we deliver on this pivot? Number one, we say, we want to be the most employee-centric company, and first of all, one more thing. Everybody puts customers first. Okay, respectfully, that's not the right strategy, especially in microfinance industry. We put employees first. See, the most appreciable asset in the company, okay, is employees, guys, right? That's what I've really figured out really by of course, working in multiple geographies and everything and building companies and all that. I think that's the most important asset that we need to take care. So we said, okay, we want to put employees first. Okay. Now, how do we deliver on employees first? Right? Okay. Now, we pay probably the best in the industry. We're both really fixed and as well as variable compensation. We of course, very, very attractive variable, okay, and also very attractive fixed, but of course, a variable eligibility, of course, we set the target also very high. Now, second, I think many companies do, but I think we were one of the first companies to have come up with it. We give free food to all my employees, 3 meals a day, free actually, right? So we pay best in the industry. We give free food to all my employees. Number 3, actually, once an employee joins, and of course, I make it a point to interview most of my senior managers myself, along with my colleague. Actually, we 2 or 3 people only interview all my senior managers, because we hire for attitude, not for aptitude. Because aptitude can be built, attitude cannot be really immediately built for them. Right now, so we say, come, once you join the company, us, you're like an extended family. I said, okay, any problem you have, I'll address it. Don't worry about your future, I'll take care of it. Okay? Now, you're like an extended family to us. Now, only thing I need in return is, I want to be the most respected. Okay? And before that, if I have to be the most respected company in the industry, can I be most respected before employees respect us as a company? So we said, okay, that's the first point that we put, right? Okay. So now, as we take care of you like a family, okay, you go and take care of the customers. So we put customers second. Actually, see, again, I always say that, okay, the respect is something it's always intangible, and I call it really this is a societal equity. Shareholders equity, all of us can put money, we can build companies and all of that. But I think the societal equity is very, very difficult to really earn actually, because unless you're very, very purposeful, unless you're very, very intent on what you want to do, it's very difficult, right? Now, so third, we put systems and all of that. Then one more thing, what we say is, okay, how do we really build a win, and win company, right? Okay, I want my employees to be winning first. I want my customers to be winning second. I want my partners who work with me, the banks and everybody, to be winning third. And I'm okay to be winning last, right? But I'm also equally intent on winning, but I'm absolutely perfect, okay, in being the last in the winning list. I think if you weave a story around it, and then consistently hammer around this concept that, okay, we are the most employee-centric company in the industry, right? I think everything is relative, right? I think, one of the challenges as we move forward is how do you stay relevant, okay, in terms of attractiveness, okay, to the prospective employees actually, right? So we keep working on it all the time. We operate in about 8 states. That's okay. I'm going to just close it. So I thought this is a message that I wanted to give. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jaisil. Yeah.
Thank you, Narajan sir. Narajan sir highlighted 2 things. Toughness overrated and empathy underrated, because caring for the staff. So I recall that a book I read, Father Manager, where that the author highlights this aspect. So manager has to be like a father. Whenever we have to be tough in something, but overall we should wish that employee should grow as a family member. So he also referred the extended family. And last one, the very nice thing, win strategy. That is the purpose strategy. That is addressing all the stakeholders. Employees first, clients, then partners, then last promoters. Wonderful message. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Balab Mohaji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thanks, Ritaparna and all for inviting me to this conference. Uh, so, I represent Equitas Small Finance Bank. So, we are a bank which have grown into a bank from being a microfinance organization. So, we started off as a microfinance organization sometime in 2007, and then we graduated to a bank sometime in 2016. That's how our journey has been. Our overall MFI book is around 6,000 odd crores present across 18 states and some 500 odd branches. Um, I think I agree to whatever has been said, particularly with Mr. Menon and Tesla. It's like this, they say customers first, employees every time. When it comes to microfinance industry, firstly, the thing is that location, etc., is one point. When you go to that location, okay, the options are multifold. So the gentleman or lady in question would want to join an MFI, can join to run a shop, can join a delivery person, everything. And actually, let's face it, we don't hire IM graduates on the field, right? What we are hiring are either graduates or people who are not even graduates. That's what we are hiring at the field level. 70% of your workforce is the person who goes to the customer day in and day out. And believe me, that's a hard job. It's an extremely hard job to do, particularly if you're starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, because that's when, your customers are at home or at a point, and then again you have to go back. Now, why is that happen, right? So let's go back to life, and when center meetings was the norm, and center meetings had, everybody present, so you don't have a problem, correct? You go to a center meeting, you collect from 10 people, 9 people have come, you know that one person, somebody will put a pressure, life is good. COVID changed all of that. Right? We went to the customers after a period. We went from door to door. We said that we'll collect from you at your home. And even today, I'm not sure about everybody, we operate centers at around 70%. And that, unfortunately, puts a lot of pressure on the gentleman or lady on the field. That's the catch. So, I think Mayuk mentioned about hiring right fundamentally, and I think that's where it starts, hiring right. Obviously, the biggest quality that you look for is perseverance. I want to be doing this hard work day in, day out. So that's point A. However, there's a second point, I think, which Dr. Menon mentioned very, very fleetingly, is when I am doing microfinance, I am working for the unserved and underserved section of the society. Right? If you visit an Equitas website, you'll find a lot of stories like what you mentioned about how a person at the beach has grown. We have the stories from, there's a Jitendra thing which talks about how a paraplegic has kind of come out through a milk store, through a microfinance loan and stuff like that. We have a story of a tailor, and the works. But what I want to talk about is that other than perseverance, if you were to look at one more singular quality, that would be orientation towards altruism. I probably would want to take in people who want to work with the society. You typically hire people from the same section of the society, right? That's what you do in MFI. What we are trying to do my team out there is trying to do is hire people who want to serve. Because unless the purpose alignment that they talked about, that's the purpose alignment piece. Unless I want to serve, I will not be able to continue doing the hard work, and particularly in the kind of weather that is in India, the kind of facilities that there is on transport, it's difficult, right? So unless I have it in my heart, the probability of success is low. In terms of best practice, I'll just mention one of them. What we talk about KYC, we are trying to do something called KYE, which is Know Your Employee. The BM concerned, we are requesting him or her to go to the field, and when the person whom we are onboarding, typically we try to meet their family, such that the person knows what he or she is getting into, right? And we, I think you mentioned, sir, that we treat employees like a family, and this is how we are trying to engage employees at a family level, and telling them, look, we are an organization. We also want to kind of embrace you as part of the extended organization. Yeah. So that's where I am at the moment, and maybe we can talk and discuss. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bala. You have highlighted two issues. The timing, they start very early at 7 a.m. and work late. And second thing, even now, post-COVID, that house collections are being made, which elongates the time. The group meetings are not happening. Group collections will save the time. It's a thing. And best practices KYE is very interesting, amazing. Know your employees. So very good. So next, I would like to request Kranti Sethi.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, very well, put across points by Mr. Menon, Mr. Jayashilan, Mayuk, Pallab, and Mr. Natarajan as well. Most of the points, all of us being there in the industry for now over decades now, I see so many familiar faces. We've met virtually, in person, and we talk about same thing every time. So our challenges in the industry are constant, right? Somewhere I think we've persevered that, right? Consistency reh gayi hai ki yahi hoga. So I'll just quickly give you one discussion which I had a couple of weeks back with a very talented HR heads in one of the organizations, and we were discussing attrition, supposedly, and I wouldn't say Swatantra has been a little lucky or better, but we have been better and doing a little well in the industry in terms of attrition. How we manage it, we may speak ahead when we have the second round of discussion. But we were just discussing about talent management in Swatantra and Organization X, and we spoke about attrition, and we said, "Chalo, aisa for attrition dekhte hain, matlab field operations ka attrition." And we say, and the gentleman told me that we are sitting around about 89% at a field officer level, and with an immense pride, the gentleman told me, "Hum to almost every year on year we build a new organization." And he had such a pride in saying that, correct? And me being me, known to be a little vocal in all the forums, I was like, okay, all right. So madam, aap bataiye na, aapka attrition kitna? I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little candid in my talk today. And then he asked me, madam, aap bataiye, aapka kitna hai? Swatantra to bahut karta. I said, yeah, and we were sitting around field operation. We, right now we are going through a merger phase, and of course, the dynamics are going to be a little different. So I said around 57% at a field officer level, and I, preempt that he 60 cross karega. So madam, aapne kya hi kar liya? Okay, I said, okay, but we are building new organization. You're, heading there. I said, okay, now let's see the ESATs. What do they talk? So essentially, by all these that I'm trying to share right now is that, do we really take pride in whatever we are doing, managing talent in the organization? right? Roti, kapda, makan, all these things are bare minimums that we talk about. Mr. Pallab spoke about the kind of people that we hire. They come from the similar sections of the society that we serve, right? So the kind of expectations or the kind of requirements they would have are going to be similar, right? So be it an undergraduate, be it a 12th, and now I mean I also have examples where we are hiring 10th as well. So when we are hiring talent which come from a very, very basic educational background, the least that we can expect, or it's too much to expect from them, is a kind of maturity that they will bring in managing customers, right? And that, again, expecting them to be staying with us with all the understanding of all values, purpose, and discipline in the organization, no frauds. This is too much to be expecting from someone who comes from a background at 18 years of age and 10 standard as their basic education. So that was the striking difference where I said that, okay, let's, discuss how are we doing this, right? So, shifting from this discussion and taking a matter of pride, I think talent management starts, okay, from the from the management itself, how an organization, how the management, how the board, and what is the vision they have for the organization. Do you really bother whether work-life balance matters, right? We heard about business pressures. That's going to be way of life, and that's why we exist, right? Business nahi hai to hum kya hi karenge? But if we are talking about business pressure on HR and employees, and be it rain and shine, we're expecting them to be going on and on, starting early in the morning and heading up to 9:30 p.m. in the evening, and expect them to be staying with us. We really have to be strikingly different to be retaining that talent. And how would we do that, right? So, hire, train, retain, sustain. These are the pillars of our talent management framework, agnostic to the industry. Whichever industry we go, these four are common, right? Microfinance, we need a little more deeper understanding, right? Because needs बहुत basic hai, right? We're looking at now talking about only few things which will matter. Money, everybody is offering 500 maximum extra diya. From Swatantra it would go to, say, South Indian Bank. इन्होंने 700 दिया तो they will go to Tata. That's the way of life, right? But what really matters is what are the values that we are bringing along, right? Are we respecting the employee, right? Are we trusting the employee, right? This is a classic example. Microfinance is a classic example of an industry with highest levels of micro monitoring. उठा तो बताओ, बैठा तो बताओ, punch करो, movement registers. From here I go, I enter in my Spotways or my geofencing app where I am monitored every minute by minute, right? वैसे भी हो रहा है. But when I come back to the branch, how am I treated? Am I treated like a human? Or am I treated like just anybody person? Aao kaam karo. We are not a family, by the way. I mean, I've heard this somewhere. We're not a family. Our family is at home. Yahan pe we come as professionals. We come here, work, and we go. There is no relationship beyond. If this is the kind of atmosphere we bring in, environment we bring in the organization, then attrition is going to be way of life. It won't stop. What will differentiate is only the culture that we bring, the confidence that we given, the respect, the warmth, right? If peon to president same, if I talk to my CEO, what am I sharing the same warmth? When I talk to my field officer, am I going with chai with the same guy? I'm understanding that person needs education, right? Am I supporting? So these are very finer aspects which actually makes or breaks the culture of the organization, and that differentiates. So in Swatantra, the best practices that we follow is, one is come what may. We give that confidence to the employees that we trust you, we are with you, right? Work-life balance has been most talked about Swatantra, the branch timing starting early and stopping at a particular time. Of course, with the changes that we are going through right now, this may stand to change because a lot of things, change is the only constant. But at the same time, what is non-negotiable as a parameter which is kept is no disrespect to the employee. We support in education, medicals, everything. I mean, we're there as their family, and the warmth is across. So the training to all the managers is the bare minimum culture training that is given. So you'll see the same language everywhere spoken, the same warmth, and exactly the same treatment for all the field officers. I think culture plays an important role, and that makes or breaks talent management framework in the entire organization. Rest, everything remains the same. That's my limited.
Thanks, Gandhi. So you have highlighted that major thing on the culture. So culture will by leading example. So staff will be inspired to stay with the organization. Thank you. So now I would like to invite Mr. Prasant Rai.
HR conferences which happened after a very long period of time, right? And I think it's great to kind of connect with so many HR colleagues here, and throughout the day I think we'll be meeting with all of you and having a conversation with all of you. As per my thought, I would say that, all said and done, most of you are HR practitioners, so you would be doing something or another in your respective organizations, and the problem remains to be the same, right? Whether it be high attrition, whether it be disengagement in the organization, right? So many of these things. But I allude to what Balabda said, which is a very important point, that we need to understand, if you look at microfinance per se, before COVID and after COVID, right? And that was just an event that happened there, and it was a big event which was there, but how did it actually impacted the psyche of people in the microfinance space is something worthwhile to kind of ponder upon as HR professionals. So if you look at the earlier stages of microfinance, you had collection efficiencies of almost around 99.95, right? That's the kind of level at what we were operating at. I don't think so any of the microfinance professionals before the COVID even knew about buckets, knew about anything about PAR for that matter. I mean, they would have known something, but not about buckets in terms of 30, 60. Buckets for them was something else, right? So from that context, in a year's time, right, everything changed. A very simple business, which was done with simple people, suddenly started becoming very complex, right? The kind of flows that was happening in terms of your overall portfolio kind of really tested you. Having said that, I think we also need to understand the basis of microfinance. We have gone through tremendous amount of stress period, right? And every year, if you like it or not, there is some kind of stress that keeps happening, right? Whether it be climatical reasons, whether it be something related with cyclone, something related with farmer suicide, something related with the elections coming up, so something or another. So if you look at this sector is very dynamic sector. Any small change anywhere would create a lot of turbulence in this sector in one way or another, right? And that has a lot of bearing in terms of what are the things that are happening to each one of us in the sector, as well as to practices which are happening in the sector. So one of the important thing for microfinance becomes that how agile are we in terms of changing it, right? Small microfinances still have the capability to kind of bring about that change, but the mammoths one which are there, having some 16,000 people, 70,000 people, bringing about change in transformation is not very easy, right? And that's what I think really creates quite a bit of issues in the organizations in terms of practices. Having said that, as most of us are here from HR, what is the role of HR in our kind of a setup, in our kind of situation. I think the one important thing for all HR professionals like us to understand is that, we need to have a swag. HR has to come with a swag, and I say this with a lot of confidence to say this. Kranti talked about bringing culture, right? I think it's very important for all of us to take that stand, to understand business, and also put down our foot in terms of when we're talking about cultural transformation. You would see that, because our business is such that unless and until the top line increases and unless and until we increase our branches and our businesses, right, somewhere down the line managing our OPEX becomes a bit of a challenge, right? So the question always arises in terms of, do we grow or do we remain there, maintain more of quality, right? So somewhere down the line, microfinance business is all about mitigating risk, whether it be risk on the part of business or risk on the part of people as well. Second important aspect we need to all understand is that the kind of people who are working here. We talked about sourcing talent. Where are we going to go and source talent? Who are going to come and work with us? Imagine the kind of terrain where we are working at, right? Deep villages. It is not a metropolitan city where it's there. And at the same time, look at also the perspective about the present millionaires who are working with us, right? What is the aspiration they are having? They want to all have, smartphones. They want to work in a swanky office. They want to be more in a retail sector. Might as well, have a beautiful bike and then move around like a Zomato or a Swiggy delivery boy, rather than working with us in a kind of a setup where, early morning, 7 o'clock, you're going, you're collecting money, you're coming back, and then you have a branch manager and a CM saying, "Aaj kitna hua?" Right? Or "Ye kyun nahi hua?" Right? I mean, these are common things which we all know this is what happens. So somewhere I think it is very important for us as HR professionals to understand that, are we really listening to our employees who are there with us? At the same time, I think Reena talked about a very important aspect, when we are talking about Equifax data which are there. There is also that risk about a lot of people getting into, unfair practices which are there. The fraud cases are increasing day by day, right? People are finding different means and methods of doing fraud. I can give you one very interesting example which I just came to know about a few days back. We have a biometric in our, branches for marking attendance, And in the beginning, when the person kind of gets enrolled into the organization, we make sure that their, handprints are taken so that the biometric machine can start. We didn't know this story, the fact that, there is this whole set of people in the branch who have all given their 3 hand, fingers which are there to kind of ensure that it is marked there, so that tomorrow anybody can mark the attendance. So somebody is not there, somebody is not. So, this is the kind of situation we are at. So I keep saying, jo hona hai, wo microfinance mein hoke rahega. Mean to say, all the kind of problems that you ever expect will happen in microfinance, and you have to be able to bear those problems and kind of, have innovative ideas and means and methods of mitigating that. So you have a workforce here who wants to have a life which is, really very flamboyant, right? Their needs are growing day by day. They want bigger bikes, better mobile phones, right? And you have a sector which is there, which is moving through very fast, right? We want to grow very quickly, right? And we will go into any extreme. So just imagine a combination of all of this, and you have in between of all of this, HR professionals like us, we talk about, building cultures, we talk about, having talent management frameworks which are there. So I think that's the reason why I say, we need to come up with tremendous amount of capability to say also no to many of those aspects which are happening in the organization. I think that one of the most important aspects that I have understood in microfinance is to start also saying no as much as, we say yes. Okay. We need to also put down our foot and say this cannot happen in the organization, and have a rationale behind it to say that why it cannot happen in the organization. We should equally be, capable enough to give our business sense of saying that why it cannot happen and what should happen. Many a times, we have been categorized as being support function. I would say we are more of an enabling function rather than a support function, right? We need to enable businesses. And to make and enable businesses, we need to understand business very well, right? And on the talent management perspective, I think the most important thing I would say is that there are a lot of good practices which are happening not only in industries which are related to microfinance, but also many which are happening outside of microfinance as well. And today the good part about it is that we are being able to attract in the sector itself many people from outside of microfinance who wants to come and try out things in the microfinance space. And doing that, they bring in a lot of good practices from there. We should be open enough to kind of accept those ideas which are there. I can give you a perspective, in my previous organization where I was working, I think we were some of the pioneers when it comes to, creating a competency framework and having all our HR processes and systems laid through a competency-based approach. How did that help us? That helped us in one way or another because that had a language to speak to and a narrative to speak to whenever a person would come about. I had a business head coming to me and telling me, we had this HiPod program which we were conducting, and coming and telling me, and he was very candid enough to say that. He came and told me, Prashant, I didn't know that, there was also a certain method, by which you can spot talent. I was never aware about it. His whole life has been only into microfinance, so he was never aware about it. And it was very nice to get that kind of a feedback to say that, this was also a way of doing it. So I think we need to try out new things, new approaches of doing things, learn from other sectors, retail, your telecom sectors, or a banking sector for that matter. There are a lot of things which are good things which are happening. The other thing which I would also like to talk about is, use a lot of technology. Now I think the times are changing quite rapidly, and I see one or two of them already putting up their counters here, so I think they would also be talking about it. But yes, technology can help us a lot in terms of making sure that our processes are streamlined. At the same time, our traceabilities are better in terms of, when we're looking at our talent. If we start assessing our talent early on, if we start spotting them, developing them and grooming them in the organization, be rest assured, a lot of your problems in the microfinance space would start getting mitigated. That's my point. Thank you.
So very experienced that one. When I was the CEO of MFI, up to 1,000 people, I know up to the branch manager, regional manager. I can call by name. But when we exceeded the 1,000 and 2,000, then we restricted only to regional manager or zonal manager. That way the gap created. So changing the attitude of the staff at the lower level and middle level, it's a very, very challenge, highlighted well. And you also highlighted the millennials' expectations. It's often changing, it's very dynamic. What they will expect, what they will do, we don't know. Thank you. So now the first round, all the panel members shared the golden nuggets. Now we are moving to the second round. So talent management in MFIs, it requires a lot of investments and efforts. Prasad also mentioned about the competency framework and all. So a lot of things has to be done. So in that, how as an MFI, what do you see as a barrier or an obstacle in implementing those talent management? Say for instance, a budget for HR training. So training is one of the most important component in HR development, talent management. But if you see the budget for the training in an MFI, it will be very, very minuscule. It's the most important thing, because unless you train the people and appropriate things, they cannot deliver their role effectively. So like that, I have quoted one example. You will face a lot of challenges or obstacles. So each one of you can share your obstacles in implementing the talent management framework or strategy you want to implement in your MFI. The first.
I don't know how much time we have, but one thing I can say about Tata Capital is budget constraints for training I have not come across. But yes, what we definitely aim to do through training is optimize the experience and the effectiveness of training, and that is one of the key points the inter-training team has to deliver. The trainers that we have are all deployed in the field. They visit customers. In fact, sometimes some of the trainers are even more clued onto the business than the actual field officers are. So from that point of view, there is a lot, both our training methods are both digital, so both physical training as well as a lot of digital training, and we have moved to delivering key messages through reels, because now, as you said, that social media and so small nuggets in small packets coming through reels, coming through 2 second, 3 second nuggets. So those are some things that we do very extensively. We also have a lot of these hygiene level training programs, which more around the culture of the organization, whether it is a code of conduct, whether it is a value system training, whether it is whistleblower training, which is the fraud, around fraud elements and etc. So those trainings are mandatory trainings, and they have a certain timeline in which they have to be completed. So that's a mission driven as a campaign across the organization, and that is done at a very regular frequency. And as I said, that the emphasis on is measuring the effectiveness rather than the number of people. Yes, there are targets on the number of people being trained and what all training programs, but the main one of the key measures is around the effectiveness of training.
So thanks, Mike. Time brief in their sharing. Next, I would like to hear from Mr. Bala.
Yes, that we face, of course, firstly is training really is not a problem, because all of us have probably perfected the art of getting training on day 0, day 1, and day 180, and linking it to career points and all, right? And we have also more or less, I would imagine all of us have also been able to kind of get it done in vernacular language and stuff like that, so that it becomes much more easily understandable with people. What I think is a challenge is, one is the attrition, that I need to hire today. Right now, hire today has its challenges, and I know this thing about database, etc. I think I'll go back to what Kranti mentioned, that we expect that person to be a superman, and I can talk about Equitas perspective. We are also regulated by RBI. So some of you might be aware that RBI got out a circular in March 2022, implementable from April 2022, about how can recruitment happen and how can training happen in the banks. And in RBI parlance, fraud per se is defined rather stringently, right? So you cannot keep money even overnight, right? So you cannot have money overnight with you and stuff like that. So even that's defined as a fraud. Now, for a youngster to get him to understand, appreciate, and therefore not do that activity is a challenge. And no matter how much of communication we do, we still have those instances where people think that's okay. What's the problem? I'm going to define it, put it in the customer's account tomorrow morning. But that is not okay in banking. So that's another piece that we keep facing. What we have done on culture, etc., is what one thing that we have been able to do very well is that we have made ourselves accessible to people. So any person at Equitas can call up even Vasu, who's the MD, at any point of time, because his phone number is available on the person's mobile phone. So the app that we have, that has Vasu's, mine, business leaders, everybody's phone number. So if the person feels that he is not being respected at any stage, we have created some platform, forum, education mechanism, and accessibility, which allows people to kind of reach out to us whenever possible. So that's some of the things that we have done. Happy to discuss more whenever.
Yeah.
Okay, I think all of us face this. How do you maintain the culture as we scale up very rapidly? You talked about really it's all about scale, right? Okay. and it's not really incremental growth. We are talking about really like, you know, 30, 40, 50% kind of a growth year over year. And then the kind of really issues that we deal with. How do you really maintain some kind of really homogeneous culture in a very heterogeneous kind of a really environment? Like, I think there is a lot of really, from you go from one state to the other state, like, you know, you see a completely different kind of a behavioral pattern of the employee, right? I think as a company, I mean, one of the challenges that we face is, you know, how do you really maintain and continue to curate the culture, like, you know, that we really you know, have, okay, as we scale up. I think it's a lot of work. I don't think you know, it's an easy thing to do, but I think, you know, all of us have really worked very, very hard to maintain the, like, you know, the homogeneity in and that's why, and I make it a point to, like, you know, travel, okay, and connect with people, okay, directly at the BM level, cluster and regional manager level, okay, just to, like, I think once in even 2-3 months kind of visit really brings that kind of really, I mean, it's a challenge. I think as we scale up, I mean, that we are working on managing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like.
Like Mr. Pallab said, that training per se is actually a way of life. So there is no stress that we see training in microfinance as an organization, right? So in Swatantra, if I have to talk about, we very hard pressed on time, of course, but there is a lot of focus and there is a mandate that come what may, this is the bare minimum that we will look at, and it is non-negotiable, right? So the product training, process training, and training on refresher, it's a continuous process, and that goes like a everyday activity. But what is important, which we identified, to keep the organization going and growing while it is growing, is to make sure that we train the managers from across levels, right? And that's a pattern we have every year on year. We do not have any constraints there in the budget of training. So making sure that the first-time managers, be it field officer converting into manager, right there we begin our training. So every first-time manager goes through a vernacular level of training to make sure that he understands as being a manager is not an entitlement कि मैं भी boss around कर सकता हूँ, right? They need to know the basics of being a manager and what is the culture that we are trying to drive. So from a BM to an area manager up to zonal manager, there are non-negotiable soft skills trainings that is a part of the agenda year on year, so that our culture is maintained, right? Nobody tomorrow can pick up and say that, आज मुझे बदतमीज manager है. You get to see, because on field, they use very slang. I mean, they use slangs. They don't have polished way of talking, and that could be construed. So we take trainings or we conduct trainings. What is not okay? Okay, तो सभी बता दें ये करो, ये करो, ये करो. क्या करना नहीं है? Is the training we really work hard on? And there comes a time when business pushbacks and says, "Madam, kitna time loge?" We have a big training, a learning and development team which is managed separately, but we push back and say that business hote rahega. Lekin if we do not know how to manage the teams, they will not be able to retain and sustain the entire model, right? So all said and done, business trainings becomes way of life, but this becomes a mandate. Soft skills manager. So from managing themselves as person to being manager and making sure that the effectiveness of their managerial skills are intact is what is Swatantra way of doing things, and that's how we manage a culture. And we effectiveness of that culture comes out of the surveys. And that's how we pick up the next schedules of training. So, with respect of time, I want to keep it short, but that's how we manage it.
Thanks, Kranti. Prasan.
So, I mean, you may have a lot of things that you want to drive, but when business will say, there's no time, right? So I think first and foremost is actually taking out time. I think that's the big challenge, and being innovative in terms of how do you approach it. So I think Pallab talked about very important aspect about, or rather Ms. talked about Tata's using means as a reels as a method of doing training. So one has to be very innovative in terms of doing micro learning modules, making it smaller. Second thing also, I think is what has been our challenge is that, we have seen that the kind of people who work with us, their span of attention is very low. They don't have that long hours that they can sit and do training. So what we have done is that we have made sure that trainings are happening in very small nuggets and provided to them so that, whenever they get a time, they use that. So we use a lot of LMS as a mechanism. The other big challenge is in terms of also making sure that, the disciplinary procedures are properly followed in the organization. I think that's another aspect which is there. You'll find in microfinance a very interesting concept about culture matana. I'm sure you will all have heard about this, right? So, chola nikal jao kind of stuff, So that does not happen with HR, right? It's very difficult for us to let somebody go and then, from tomorrow he may go to a labor commissioner and then, file a case against the organization. A lot of things can happen. So maintaining the behavior in the organization, maintaining that, we are mitigating all the risks in the organization related to any kind of legal litigations that could come about. I think those are another challenges that one needs to talk about. And for that, I think more awareness towards the field people, making them aware about it, not letting them take some of these decisions which has a lot of ramifications and consequences related to that. Because today, if you see, many of our people in our sector are very conscious about using social media, using labor commissioners, right? Using a lot of other forums, women's forum for that matter, right? Going and writing to them, right? And telling them this is what it is. So we need to be conscious about that and, make sure that these things are taken care in the organizations. That's it.
So 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please give the mic to them.
Good afternoon. My name is Ali. I head HR for BFIN, Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited. I consider myself an outsider in this industry, and just a disclaimer, if I sound vocally radical, please excuse me considering that as my ignorance. I've only spent about 18 months in this industry. A large part of my experience has been with large Fortune 500 companies like Amazon and Unilever. Right, and I echo with a lot of points that the eminent panelists have made, and I only want to add one challenge, which I think is a need of the hour, which is the capability of the HR workforce itself, without which I don't think we would be able to further the agenda of the entire industry. And this is an industry growing at a double-digit clip, and I have not seen any industry which has such a bright future. We are just getting started. I think I myself lead over a 200 people HR team, and when I go out looking for talent, especially within the industry, I have to go through so many people just to pick one. And I feel that one of the greatest service most of us as leaders can do is to upscale the capability of our own teams. And I think a forum like Sa-Dhan or maybe even MFIN can come together, and I raise my hand to help in whatever way I can to work on this agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very good suggestion. Okay. Another question. Second question. The last one. Yeah. Please give the mic to them.
One point is that how you people manage this, There's aggrieved person, aggrieved employee, but he's a good employee. The rating wise, you are not able to give the best rating, but you want them to continue the organization. How you manage, this is one of the area. Normal cases it will be fine, but in this, and how far you feel that one, the bell curve, definitely any organization will have a bell curve based upon only the rating will happen. How much it has affected this, that is a turnover of the employees, that is there are pupil resignation and other things. How you manage this particular aspect? Major discomfort will come at the time of rating mechanism. How you people manage that one? This is my question. Thank you.
I can talk about Tata Capital. Here, for example, for the field staff, it's primarily his performance. One is, of course, there is an incentive which is linked to performance, which comes month on month, and then there is the bell curve which forms would give him the normal rating as per his performance, but moreover, the important piece is that the fixed correction for the field level stuff is not as pronounced as his incentive performance. The way to differentiate for us for the field staff is through if he is doing well, if he is with us for some time, then how do you accelerate his growth within the organization? And that is how his compensation grows. But as you grow into the branch manager position, yes, there will be differentiation, and the other piece is also that we aim to move people around. So maybe one way of, as we are talking about the culture piece also, the one exercise that we are trying to do is whether we can, because Tata Capital has other businesses as well, whether we can bring people from those organizations into the microfinance business, move some of the microfinance business into those other products, and that can give them a good growth path. So if you're a good performer, there is a chance that you might grow within microfinance business. There's also a chance that you'll be able to move to other businesses as well. And at the same point of time, people from outside who bring in the Tata Capital culture into the microfinance business as well. So that is one way of that we look at it.
Yes, sir. Firstly, I think what Mayuk said is very correct. At the field level, really, the scorecard is the Bible. Right? That's what most people go with. But typically at any other level, say a branch manager upwards, you will also have a skip level supervisor who would probably have a chat with if the person is agreed. If the skip level supervisor is not able to address, then there is a joint meeting call, whatever interest, along with HR. At Equitas, what we also do is that post the appraisal, we conduct a survey across all employees and ask the people if the thing has been fair. And any case anybody feels that will not been fair, he can raise the query even up to me. So it's not too much of an issue, how I put it. Thank you.
Sir, before we close, I just want to make one point. Enhance the universe of the employees, because that's a real challenge. Because we are all working around a few people, that's definitely a factor. So that's why I said, next week we are going to have a roundtable with the IABF and see, can we create a cadre of people who can be made ready for getting employed into the microfinance sector. So that we
can create programs specific for the microfinance sector.
Exactly.
Which can be churned out every quarter.
Hire, train, deploy model.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a typical hire, train, deploy model which is prevalent in the banking sector.
Yeah.
So there are many partners who actually do it for you. So we can.
Yeah, I think we will work on it. And secondly, the point which BFIL front said also, that is also how we continue the training for the HR staff. That is also very important.
Industry is growing, and HR, the expectation from HR and the requirement of HR professionals is increasing by the day. Having said that, demand and supply का बहुत problem है, because not everybody wants to come and work in an MFI setup, right? And there are very little scope that you see that people from different industries want to, only if they find that there is a challenge and interest and the purpose matches the level of microfinance kind of a business, then they come up. Having said that, how we have been dealing it is that way back in a couple of years back, we went to best of the colleges, right? Not the tier one, but good colleges like in South, down South. I have my colleague Naveen here, whom we, took as a campus graduate from SDMIMD, Mysore, right? Similarly, IIFM, and many colleges, right? So when we do a lot of campus hiring engagements, we pick up students from there, bright students who can really relate to the industry. Now, our gentleman Naveen will complete 5 years in Swatantra, right? And the kind of bright skill sets that he brings in, I would have never thought that he would have ever wanted to come in microfinance. But the minute they get inducted into the system and they understand, they go, he lived a life of a state HR and now he heads the entire talent management in corporate office, has been a journey. And I think when we pick up young team members, so everybody is not going to grow up to that level, but to scale up, we'll have to make sure that we as HR stand strong for our organization, like how Prashant mentioned that we have to bring in a lot of meat to the table so that people start respecting HR and are ready to invest in right kind of talent in HR itself. Otherwise, I have heard a lot of people saying from business that HR तो कोई भी देख सकता है, ऐसा नहीं है. HR is anybody's cup of tea. किसी भी ब्रांच मैनेजर को उठा लो, कल से वो रिक्रूटमेंट कर लेगा. सोर्सिंग तो करना है, बाकी तो हम कर लेते. No. And that's where we are going wrong, and that's why HR fraternity is at not the sentiments, but the HR fraternity in microfinance. Sometimes people look at it at a different way. But I'm so glad we are making up this point. We have eminent panelists here who are talking and standing up strong for HR. And the day we start talking with the same strength, building our team stronger. Abhi to koi bhi hai. Doesn't matter if a branch manager takes up an IJP and gets selected in HR. Doesn't matter, but now he's an HR. And how we invest, build that trust and develop that professional is going to be the responsibility of each HR head sitting here to make sure that we build this as an industry which is looked up. The HR in microfinance. Sorry? Right.
Get business people into HR, get HR people into business, and that's how, the cross-pollination, therefore the expertise is taken. Today, I think many of you would have been part of business meetings and made points about strategy, etc., which, pretty frankly, if you ask me, sales and, business meetings, we are there. We can talk probably as eloquently as most business leaders. The part that we are still grappling with is probably risk, probably finance, probably compliance. Those are issues that we probably, as HR leaders in the finance industry, need to become masters of to be more effective. That's my understanding. Business is done. We are there. We are motion.
I think we have
Yeah.
to wrap up. I would like to keep two things for your thoughts. The first, Association of Talent Development 2018 US report says that 20% of training only converts as a learn action in the field. So 80% goes as waste. So we need to look into that training programs, whether those things are converted into actions. Because training is just sowing a seed. Sowing a seed we cannot take the fruit out of it. After that, when the new employee comes to the branch straight from the training, the branch manager should provide an enabling atmosphere, encouraging them, guiding them, mentoring them, coaching them, every week giving feedback. Then only that can nurture into your tree and we can reap the harvest. First thing. Second thing, the training, the staff recruitment. The staff pressure is so much. They start from 6:30. Sometimes I heard that people are working even beyond 10 o'clock in remote villages. So to avoid that, we can think of two splits, like industry, how they run two shifts. So morning shifts and evening shifts, because now Europe is coming with the 5 hours per day work schedules. So these kind of things, that schedules also they can reduce. Instead of 500 borrowers, around 200 borrowers, so that their operational area will be reduced. So half a day, 5 hours session, And education qualification also we can reduce from 10th, we can target 8th standard. Because last time the great place to work with people told Lemon Tree is targeting only people with the lower qualification and they are retained because their aspirational levels are very low. So you can also think of these things as a pilot and try. Wish you all the best. I thank our panel members. They excellently shared their experience and perspective. I thank Sa-Dhan for giving me this opportunity to interact and moderate this panel. Thank you, Valenta.
Thank you so much. Please wait. May I now request Dr. Manjunath to come on stage and give a small memento to our eminent panelists. Let's start with Jaisalam sir. Please, coffee and tea is waiting so we can clap now. Mr. Mayuk Maiti. Mr. Pallav Mukherjee. Kranti Sethi. Mr. Prashant Rai, I think he'll come with a swag. Thank you so much. And before that, if we want to hear more from them, similar leaders, then please just 10 minutes for tea and coffee. Please bear with us. We are sorry, but just 10 minutes and we'll be back for more interesting stories and experiences that they've shared.
talk about artificial intelligence for financial inclusion. Okay. What are the typical challenges that one faces in financial inclusion? We have limited access, very high service costs, work in remote areas, unsuitable traditional models, and financial literacy. So, why AI now? Because everybody is talking about AI because there is a sort of democratization of AI that is happening. So, some of these technologies that are there, like NLP, audio, automatic speech recognition, etc., were technologies that were always available, but it really needed a very specialized team of data scientists working with huge data sets to actually create models that can work in production. But today, with the kind of new foundational models that are coming in, you would have heard about LLMs from OpenAI, Gemini from Google. So, what these have created is an opportunity for us to create AI solutions at a much rapid pace. So, what used to happen at very high cost and lot of time is possible today in much lesser time. And that is why there is such talk about AI and the maturity levels of the capabilities, whether it is natural language processing or audio, is significantly higher for us to really attempt actually solving some of the critical problems that we face in the industry. What are the challenges typically in HR? High attrition levels in this segment specifically, low skilled workforce, language barriers. So to look at solving some of these problems, right, we can use some of the existing technologies that are available, latest technologies, and completely reimagine the way we communicate, we skill people, and we make people productive. So you can offer customized language adaptive training material through natural language processing for different skill levels. You can have instant voice query based responses with automatic speech recognition. You deliver knowledge as it is being demanded. So this is will be very different from the traditional way of training. I am not saying traditional way of training will not go, because typically you get 3 weeks, 3 days to 2 weeks or 3 weeks is the max training period that you get to give. But once they are on the field, they don't have anything that they can go back to. So it is going to be more a pull-based mechanism of skilling, wherein they will ask you what I need, and you have to instantaneously give them what exactly they are asking, and based on that, the kind of help that they will need on the field. And you have real-time voice translations. Prime Minister was speaking in a public function where his speech was live translated into multiple languages. Those are capabilities that have significantly matured and that are available at a reasonable cost. So it is something that we can also inculcate. The other thing that you will hear more and more about is co-pilots. So these are going to be like you see those boosters in video games, right? You just add on and it is going to significantly boost somebody's skill capabilities. What typically is going to happen is, even today we are talking about, with the tools that are available, a 20%, 30% improvement in efficiencies. But what is going to happen is, in few years to come, I mean even in 2 years, you will have people talking about 2x, 3x kind of productivity that is actually possible. So someone who doesn't know Excel today, okay, cannot do Excel analysis or do a plotting of what is the branch profitability from the Excel. But what they can do is simply ask in English, and anybody in the branch will be able to do an analysis of Excel. So there's going to be merger of roles. So what traditionally somebody can do today, they'll be able to do much more than what they are going to do. So being HR, you will actually see how the roles are converging, and you will see that your product manager is able to code, you don't need a huge programming team, or even a simple branch staff with the tools that are provided is able to do significantly more than what he is capable of doing today. So for doing this, what we have done is, as Dwara, we have set up a center in IIT Dharwad. This is in partnership with Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. So it's a multidisciplinary approach. We have taken experts, we have taken IIT professors, students, and industry partners with whom we work with on specific problems in financial inclusion space. So we take use cases across productivity, accessibility, suitability. We identify the right AI technologies that are available today, and we try to create a proof of concept to solve the problem, iterate, and then productionize on scale. So the first problem that we have taken up is an AI-enabled chatbot for the field staff. So this is a problem which came from our internal customer, which is Dwara KGFS, and they wanted to actually launch a field assistant that can help their field staff on any queries related to product, policy, process in native language. So that is the problem that we set about, and what we have come up with is Sarathi. It's a companion for the field staff. You can clarify any questions on the product, process, operations in near real time, and it supports native language support. You can ask voice queries in your local language, and native language audio and text responses also in native is possible. So anybody can freely ask dumb questions to the system and expect an answer without actually being judged, because being judged is actually prohibited, right? So you can freely ask because the system, nobody is bothers, and your field staff need not depend on actually asking their friends or the branch manager, thereby impacting their productivity. So the content that goes for the training is 100% controlled. The responses are only based on what content is being uploaded. So you don't have unnecessary influence from the training data that AI models are typically trained on. There is a possibility of you to actually segregate your content based on various topics and allow them for different audience groups. And you can curate the content and measure the quality of the responses, correct them, and then see how effectively you are able to reach your staff. I'm almost done. I'm just going to play a small video.
It's a transformative force that's reshaping industries. We, Dwara Solutions, strategically use technology to make a real impact. Welcome to Dwara Solutions AI-powered tool, Sarathi. Sarathi by Dwara Solutions, pioneering AI-driven field assistance for NBFCs. AI-driven solutions for core field workforce challenges. Combat high attrition with AI, streamline training with advanced AI, break language barriers with AI-led communication, accelerate productivity with AI assistant, tackle real-life challenges with AI-supported decision-making, and lot more. Let's get started. Select your topics from the drop-down. Type your queries. Artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Madhusudhan. So we'll start panel discussion 2. It's on staff capacity building in microfinance, trends, innovations, and challenges. So for this discussion, may I call on stage Mr. Deepak Alok, Mr. Vijay Kumar, CEO Pragati Finserv, Mr. Ravindran PS, Head HR Bellstar, Mr. Shubhramshu Patnaik, EVP HR Muthu Microfinance, Ms. Kanchan Banerjee, Arohan Financial Services Limited, Mr. Jitendra Priyadashi, Head HR and Training Pahel.
So this is a very important session on capacity building of microfinance staff. So capacity building in microfinance is, I would call it, very unique in the sense that the kind of people we employ, most of them have barely higher secondary education, and they do not have any, I would say, even just handle customer relationships and financial products. Those are very challenging things to do, and the organizations, the MFIs, bear disproportionate responsibilities towards capacity building of the staff members. So in that sense, this is a very challenging and unique. So I'm sure we'll have a very good discussion on this. We have leaders from 5 different organizations and they will share their experiences. So I'll put my first question to Vijay. So Vijay, so you've been working in this sector for Vijay, you have been working in this sector for close to 2 decades, almost 20 years. Seen during the past 10 to 20 years, as far as capacity building is concerned, how the capacity building requirements have changed over the years, particularly after the new RBI directions have come. If you could throw your light on that.
Thank you, Alok, and thank you, everybody. Answer to the question that Alok has posed is, yes, there has been lots of changes in the capacity building requirement of the staff. And basically, in order to understand this, if we basically, the evolution of entire microfinance from 2000 onwards, if we basically divide it into 3 different phases, 2000 to 2010, 2010 to 2020, and then 2020 onwards. Then during the first phase, somebody from the earlier panel was saying that microfinance is a simple business. Yes, it used to be a very simple business between 2000 to 2010. At that very point of time, you just have to follow certain processes. You have to maintain the discipline among your customer, among your staff member, among the groups, and your job is done. You are delivering the microfinance, microcredit to the customers in a very, very efficient manner. Then come to the next phase of development, that is 2010 to 2020. And during this period, lots of things has happened. Andhra crisis has happened. RBI has become more active in developing the microfinance sector. And at the same time, demonetization has happened. And as a result of all these things, customers have started becoming more and more individual. Earlier it was a group concept, now customer has started becoming more and more individual. Then what changes it has brought to the fore? And at the same time, the credit bureau has also come to the fore. Now, initially staff has to follow certain processes. He has to basically do the CGT, GRT, and then basically he has to make sure that customers are disciplined, and if they are disciplined, your job is done. But now, because customer is more individual now, what is happening actually is, you have to individually understand the customer. You have to individually understand the credit record of the customer, because credit bureau is also there. And then you have to take a credit decision. Earlier, credit decision was done by the group members. The group were doing the credit decisioning. But now, credit decisioning not only done by the group member, but staff member also has to do the credit decisioning. Credit underwriting has come to the play. After that, basically after 2020, COVID has happened, and somebody said that there are lots of issues that started happening post-COVID. And then 2022, new guideline for microfinance is also come. During this period, basically 2 things prominently happened in the sector. One, as customer was becoming more individual, now it is completely individual. The group process is a prestigious process, I would say, in terms of basically underwriting of the customer. Whenever we judge that whether a customer is creditworthy or not, that is one. We have to judge how much loan can be given to the customer. Earlier it was all cycle based, and everything was done based on the cycle. We are delivering the loan. The second thing that has happened is, in earlier 2 phases, basically it was microfinance borrower chasing the microfinance company that I want loan from you. Post 2020, and basically more recently, the more recent phenomenon, basically when I was visiting the field, the way staff were convincing, they were saying to the customer that, "Hama ek baar to loan le lo, fir hamara service dekna." So basically now our staff has to do the sales activity. Earlier it was just a controlling activity. Customers are coming and you are saying that, okay, you are passed, you are failed, and you are delivering the loan. Now you are convincing the customer first that why I am better than the competitor. That is one portion. You have to have a very, very strong sales orientation in you in order to acquire the customer. The second point is that because group processes has become vestigial, this basically underwriting has become very, very important. Until unless you do underwriting well, you will not be able to deliver the loan to the customer. Second. The third point, like somebody was saying, that there are lots of basically, if we look at the PAR customer, PAR has increased multiple fold. I mean, if we take the pre-COVID data as well, PAR for the industry will be around 5 to 6%. If PAR for the industry is 5 to 6%, which means you have to go and collect from the customer. Collection is a very different basically skill set. You need to train your staff for collection. At the same time, you have to follow certain procedure while collecting. Customer protection principle become more and more important nowadays. So if we try to compare basically from the earlier, it was, as somebody was saying, it was a simple business earlier. Now it has become more and more complex because you have to do multiple things. You are doing sales, you are doing relationship management, you are underwriting the customer, you are collecting from the customer, and at the same time, you are trying to make sure that there is no customer protection principle that is getting violated. So all those have come into play in the recent phenomenon, specifically after COVID, specifically after new guidelines that have been put in the place in 2024. Thank you.
Basically, you are saying that competitive environment of the industry, the capacity building requirements have become more complex. Yes, more complex. Yes. Thank you, sir. So, Ravindran, my question to you: you will have different segments within your workforce. Which segment do you find most challenging in terms of capacity building, and how do you address that? You could answer this question.
Thanks, Deepak. So I'd like to be as precise as possible for the sake of time. So many of the panelists have already mentioned, like, the field force which we hire, there is a problem of comprehension. So what we intend them to understand, the way we want them to understand, that is a challenge. So for example, if we are hiring undergrads or undergrads or with 10th class or 12th class, we can have lots of induction programs, training programs, and still we find like what one was saying, 20% retention. So the attention span is very poor in the current generation. All the more I think the attention span is a real challenge. So how we convert the lengthy induction programs or product and process training programs into small bites which are amenable for capturing the essence of what we want to convey. So in terms of like 2 to 3 minutes of audio-visual program, which we disseminate through WhatsApp, so that it's handy and it can be easily cascade to others if required. And then we try to gamify many of the situations so that that's the medium which is connecting with the people. And then what we also do is like we try to see that we are not too smart. So obviously we are not hiring people who are high on innovation or being genius. So we just want them to stick to the process. Like you started the first question by saying that now with the regulator coming up with a lot of stipulations, so how do we address that? So recently we had this directive of household income assessment, right? So it's a challenge. I think I'm sure most of the enterprises will face that challenge in terms of how the sales officer and field officer ascertain the household income of the prospective client to ensure that they are compliant with RBI regulation. So there's a list of checklists which has to be followed. So we want people who can just follow what is being told to the T, and not apply their own interpretation and come up with their own solution, which might land us in trouble in terms of compliance risk. So that's what we will try to do. But coming back to in terms of magnitude, while it's obvious that sales officer or the field officer constitute the largest chunk of challenge. But I would say qualitatively, there's a supervisory layer above, which we call as regional managers or area managers, what we call. Typically what happens is the layers above tend to be an aggregation of performance of the layers below. So branch manager's performance is measured in terms of what his team has done, and then regional manager's performance is measured as aggregation of what the branches have done. So it's quite easy for somebody who has been lucky to inherit a team or set of branches which is on autopilot mode and doing the job, right? And then the RM gets a credit. So how do we distinguish between somebody who is performing because of his own efforts rather than somebody who is like by divine intervention, what we call as divine intervention, is inherited a team which is good, right? So the qualitative part of it, which is difficult to measure, that's why we are trying to see how much of automation data capture we can bring. Like for example, how effectively is the review being done by the HR manager? If he goes on a branch visit, what exactly he does there? Is it just a tick list where he visits and then says, I have completed the branch visit? Or he does qualitative checks on a periodic basis? So those are the things which I feel that is more challenging, and we would like to spend more time on checking those.
Thanks, and possibly taking you from the previous panel, training the HR team is also a great challenge. So, so now I would like to turn to Subhranshu. Subhranshu, you will have different strategies for different levels. So I want to understand from you whether different recruitment strategy will present different capacity building challenges in the future. So, for example, if you hire freshers versus hire people from other organizations, so do you see tackling the different kind of challenges?
Very important questions to our kind of sector, Deepak. Before I come to that particular questions, I would like to thank Sa-Dhan and team to organizing this particular meeting. And my previous panelist Kranti was saying whether HR is there or not. So this is the meeting is all about all HR heads. So be assured that HR is there. So let us clap for each other. So for this kind of wonderful meeting, and it's the first time in my 12th year of MFI career, first time such a large kind of people have come sharing their thoughts. Thank you very much once again. Yeah, coming to the question, the experience versus the fresher. See, both is having their own kind of pros and cons. Everybody knows here. Somebody was talking about attitude over aptitude. Previous panelists, that's exactly right. So I believe at Muthoot we always look for a need for the job of a person. And even my colleagues are sitting here, we'll be going a lot of colleges, lot of graduation colleges everywhere. I don't think anybody will be asking whether you have scored 90% mark or you scored 80% mark. Is anybody asking? No, no. Only we are saying whether he is qualified as a graduate or qualified as a plus 2. That's all. The rest is all about us. So we at Muthoot believe that the capacity building starts from there. So it's just like as somebody was saying, training of the HR executives to make them understand about the job role and counseling those people. See, rest assured, what I used to say to my people, you are the first person, then comes the training team. You two are the people where the candidate is first meeting you and facing your face to face. Then comes the operational level, then comes the support function, ABCD, follows on. So you people has to be very accurate on what you are talking about that position. The people tend to say, they will say, this is all about collection, giving loans and getting collection. This is only, do you want to do it? But believe me, we don't do that. We do a proper counseling. Honestly, I'm saying we do a proper counseling. We link the industry all about the customer aside to it and about the customer, what we are catering, all these things, then we pitch the position all about. Then we have seen out of 100, if you are doing counseling, almost 60-70 people goes out. The rest 30 people stays back and they are the real people who really want the job. Once the candidate feels that he will do the job, because our job is not so easy, everybody knows, I also know, everybody will accept that. It's very physical in nature, very human intensive. Day in, day night, he has to be in the field to connecting with the customer, with the branch, all the networking he has to do. So there it starts, the need of the job first, and once he gets in, once we takes in, there are a lot of training program everybody does, induction training, your product training, refresher training, all these things. So what we do is we put them a 3-month hand holding without training day. This 3 months dedicatedly, they will be with the training team with a separate facility. They will be trained under training team. And it doesn't mean that they will only train, they will also go to the field. There are some senior people, they will, they will shadow those people to understand how he's going and pitching the product, how he's speaking to the customer, all these things. See, while I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the normal scenario kind of things, how it happens regularly. So once these people are there in 3 months, every week the trainer takes a feedback on them. That what is that you learn, and because these are the people more comfortable to speak to the person who are training them, number one, and who the person who has recruited them. So these two people they make very comfortable to speak to them. And obviously, they are business team, they are a little bit of afraid of, because if they call, they will first ask it now, my colleague was saying, ask it now what you need. So they tend to not to call them, so always they reach out to the training thing. And this has helped us a lot of knowledge, because bringing the new people into the system, there are a lot of challenges, a lot of cons to it, because of the adaptability, the loyalty, the cost factor of it. Then comes the impact on the culture. So a lot of things are there, because we have seen people who came to work in different industry, different microfinance company. They are a little bit resistant to change, to the new culture kind of things. So here another anecdote I will tell you, because people were talking about graduate will not work in our kind of industry. But I differ that kind of thought, because even we also have first student ever. But surprisingly, I'll tell you, almost 67 to 70% of our field force are graduates. So it is not that graduates will not work, it is how we have pitched the product, pitched the position, number one, and number two, whether this person is having need for the job. So that are the aspects we look into that. After that, there are a lot of new things has happened. You know that capacity building, a lot of Sa-Dhan is doing a lot of work for the customer also, as well as the we are planning. Gigi sir was talking about with the Indian Banking Association, or we will be doing some certificate course for the our particular staffs. That will also be good for us, because at least they should have some idea about microfinance before they come. Number two. Number three, what we feel is this business is very serious to us. Anybody joins with us, irrespective of the designation, he has to go to the field 3 to 4 days and to work with that particular relationship officer, field on street. So irrespective of any designation. So he has to, first 3 days, he has to go and see the field force and how they are working and what is the challenging kind of testing they are doing it. And this has helped us to reduce a lot of employee grievances, a lot of things. Apart from that, there are a lot of technology has come right now. Everybody is using a lot of reels, snippets. Now we do a lot of animations, small videos to our people, because these people are very, what you can say, they don't have time, because suddenly they will see and they will it's a WhatsApp savvy kind of people now we are dealing with. So such kind of things also we are improvising on our this thing. But we believe the physical touch with the candidate always better, and we have dedicated training team. My colleague Radha takes care of it. So they day in day out does all kind of programs, all kind of talent pooling inside the organization, and also we do outside also some of the cool kind of things for our next kind of requirement. Yeah.
So mentorship or handholding is equally important.
Yeah.
People are talking from very inexperienced.
That matters a lot, because they want some help in that particular, somebody is staying 1 month. See, that 1 month you hold them 1 or 2 months or 60 days or 80 days. And we have a specific analysis where previously the people comes and goes in. I'm not talking about the people who has gone within the month. I'm saying after the 1 month, they drastically gone down to 60-70%. So that has helped us to build confidence, and we started 2 years back as a pilot. Couple of how it operates is it should be a model kind of branch. So those branches will be selected in terms of their hiring factor. So we take that, we take the people over there, and we train them over there. So that is the way we do.
Thanks. So, Kanchan, my next question is, should we have an in-house training infrastructure, or should we depend on, should we rely on infrastructure from outside the organizations, like the suggestions regarding having a IIT training facility? Because in many industries, we have specialized training institutions who are providing trained manpower. What is your take on this? Should we have in-house training infrastructure, or should we depend on outsiders, or should we have a balance?
So thank you so much for that question. So before we begin, since morning I was collecting few of the words. Attrition, we spoke about culture, we spoke about how do we have empathy. So I'll just try to join all these bits in a single thread and try to answer your question. So when we talk about challenges, trust me, I come from an industry background where I have worked with fashion, I have worked with manufacturing, I have worked with IT and telecom. So all kinds of industry have their challenges in place, and attrition is not only our problem which we have as on today. So coming back to your question, so training should, if we can have it in-house as well as, and any support from outside is also welcome, just to answer to your question in one line. So our Honorable Prime Minister also says that, you know, as financial inclusion as one of the primary priorities of this year. So we building capacity or training the people at this level is always welcome, and any support from outside should be helpful to us. In our organization, Arohan, so training is the heart of all the spheres or sectors of an employee life cycle. So we start with a proper solid induction program, which is again customized. So if a loan officer joins, he goes through a different kind of program. If my regional manager joins, he goes through a different kind of program. So it is also bifurcated again into two pieces. If there is a person who walks in from the industry, and if someone who is not from the industry. Having said that, so this begins with the induction program. Then we slowly move on to the employee's life cycle, where an employee starts talking about what is in it for me. So this question always keeps on going in his mind. So how do I cater to the need of that employee? Else he will start thinking about moving out. So attrition happens at a much later stage. The trigger happens much before. So our thought should be, how do I culminate that thought of attrition trigger which happens with the employee. So what we have done, there are different training interventions. So when an employee joins us, we have started something called Ashirwad. So you would be surprised to know, and on the last day of the induction program, we call the family member of that employee to the premises so that they see that where is my son or daughter working. So that creates an emotional, empathetic culture amongst our extended family and with the organization. So tomorrow, one day the son or daughter gets up in the morning and says that, Mama, I don't want to go, and Mama will say, and then what's wrong? I met your leaders and they were good. Why don't you want to go? So we want to create that bond in with the family members. Apart from that, when we move on again, the refresher training programs works wonders, because training is a continuous process. You cannot stop it anywhere. And even at the age of 60, 70, 80, so training should be one of the things which should be constantly there in anyone's life to grow. So we conduct refresher training programs. So how do I give back to the business? Because till now we all spoke about enabling business function, but I very strongly believe that we have to partner with the business. Unless and until I go back to my MD and say, boss, this is the ROI which I have generated for this organization, I will not get that stretcher or the platform to do more and more training programs. So we do something called as PIP revivals. So performance improvement plans, so we say that how my trainers are adding value to the the organization by taking people out of PIP and giving it back to the business. Because these people, I could put them up in the ladder and again flush them back. So they create, so there are two things. One, first thing, there is a sense of achievement which comes within the employee. So he is motivated enough that, hey, I came back from PIP and I'm working. Second, the organization spreads the message that PIP is not to pull you out of the organization. This is a real performance improvement plan. So these are few of the training focuses. So because I was talking about field, we also have a bifurcation of field and non-field. So a non-field employee, a person who's doing a corporate governance sitting at the corporate employee office, he also should not feel left out. So we have proper development programs, we have, we call it high-quad programs, there is a proper 9-box matrix which is there. We do various interventions with different organizations, for example, Gallup is one of them, who help us to create and certify great managers. We have a proper career path, and IJP is one of the biggest motivational factors. So an employee who joins me at the grassroots level, he knows that 6 years in line I will move up to my area manager level. So that career path is spoken by my training team. So my training team is the heart and soul of the organization who keeps on regularly feeding in information to the employees. You will also be surprised to know that now business also partners me in training. We have a platform called Pragati. So what happens early in the morning, the cross-functional team, if they want to train my employees on something, they can use my platform, and we have Zoom links. And trust me, I am blocked today till July 2024. So that is the kind of craze which we have created in cross-functional training also, because they see that the employees are getting trained. Great places to certify. So we make our team till the last mile participate in it. My training team tells them that how do we improve the entire processes through great places to work with survey. Just to add on to one of the panelists who was mentioning in the earlier panel, that how do we create that factor in the employee that I would love to work for this organization. So we have great places to certify, and our trust index lies above 90%, because that is the trust which we have built through training models only. So yeah, in-house training is always a structure which is very robust, should be robust. Apart from that, any help from outside would be really fantastic for us.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear from you about the role of technology capacity building the training, and if you could share your experience in this.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Sa-Dhan, for having me here. I represent Sa-Dhan Financial Services. So, yes, Deepak, technology plays a very important role today in terms of the capacity building and training. So, first of all, we are in 2024. We need to understand that the ways, where we were operating in microfinance industry, let's say before 10 years, today it's entirely different. I mean, 10 years ago, we were doing disbursements in a physical pen and paper mode. We were collecting KYCs and we were doing disbursements. Similarly, our workforce has also changed. 10 years ago, the staff which we used to hire was entirely different, and today we are hiring 75% of our crowd today would be Gen Z crowd. Now they are all late millennials or Gen Z crowd, and their span of control, span of attention is very, very less. So in terms of training, we need to understand what will really work for them. We need to come up with specific training. So when I say specific, I don't say that physical classroom sessions should not happen. But the future it's a mix of physical as well as digital. So digital is the future in terms of the training. It can happen through virtual learning sessions wherein a sector expert would come and speak about that topics, or any other online training platforms. And today the generation has one habit which is kind of scrolling. So micro learning is the key. And at Pehel Financial Services, we have our dedicated training team, and we have built our own LMS platform, and we call it Pehel Pathshala. And we do a lot of initiatives on Pehel Pathshala, wherein not only product and process trainings, but we also do other trainings in terms of soft skills and other parameters in a very minute way, like a reel or a YouTube shorts kind of videos. And trust me, it is working very well for us in terms of educating our staff on all the micro changes which happens in the products and process in the times. So that is the future, I think.
So thank you very much. I'm very happy to know that you have been using technology, and more happy to know that it's working. So I have one more round of questions, but before that I will take 3 questions from the audience. So if somebody has a question.
Mrinal Sen-Gupta. I head HR Learning and Development of Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited Investment Bank. So my question is that what we are discussing currently is about dealing with 80% people and their capacity. Probably focusing on 20% leaders who are actually driving these 80% people would be critical at this point of time. And I would like to request all the panelists to have some discussion around it. Because this 20% group of people who have, when they executed as a loan officer, the entire complexity, environment, expectation were different from them. And the client were expecting a different kinds of behavior at that point of time. Now they are actually copying the same thing which happened 20 years back, maybe 10 years back, in dealing with a team member who are different breed. So and the focus is fully on functional. We have to maybe how we can come out of this particular complexity and help align our stakeholder in a different manner so that the leadership development can begin in this industry. Because in my 20 years of L&D experience and 2.5 years here in microfinance, what I can see, the difference is the leadership expectation for development. That's missing. And how can we actually create a conversation, and if Sa-Dhan can help us to create that platform on the leadership development, because that's critical going forward.
The need is provided. Now, having spoken this cliché statement, we also add, as leadership team, we are here to spot ways of ensuring that there's a system which captures in an efficient manner. For example, let me take an example. L&D, right? So training initiative as a part of capacity building. So I'll just keep it short. So typical approach to L&D is like, have an annual appraisal where DNA is captured, or supervisory feedback, or organization needs. So we can also like atomic habits, right? They say dovetail with something which is anchored already. So we have audit alerts meeting, right? We have risk alerts meeting. We have got centralized operations team which has a huge data reworks on basis of the files which have been sourced by the field team. Now, who is capturing all this? Who is doing the RC or root cause analysis of all these things? And then funneling it as an input to L&D team. So if there's a mechanism in the L&D team to also capture this, because this happens every month. Every month there are deliberations on what went wrong in the audits or risks or various aspects. So I think if the L&D team dovetails with this capturing of all things, we will have a focused approach, because you will know exactly which geographical pocket, what is the root cause for rework, which geographical part, what kind of audit alerts or risk alerts are coming. So you can actually customize your training intervention, because MFI, unlike other industries, is highly contextual to the geography. Every state has its own culture, its own way of approaching problems. So in MFI, we cannot adopt a one-size-fits-all solution. So, like for example, Rajasthan. Now, my team told me that it's difficult to hire localites in Rajasthan, you have to hire from outside. So if you have to look at border areas of MP, Ratlam and all, obviously you have to bring those people and make them work in Rajasthan. Obviously you can also come up with an additional solution of providing guest accommodation or some kind of allowance to take care of it.
I think let's not take the audience. Now you have one round of question and finish it off.
Yeah. So I'll have just, I guess that's a very important point what Mridal has raised. So we'll take up that issue with Sa-Dhan, definitely, and that's a very pertinent thing. Just last round of question. Please keep your response to just 1 minute, not more than 1 minute. And
sorry for that. Sorry, we don't have.
Yeah, just 1 minute response. What one change you would like to see?
Can you please help him? Mic is not working.
One change you would like to see in the way capacity building in MFI is done. That open question to everybody, starting from here. Just 1 minute.
So I will not even take first one is technology to handle volume. That's the key to success. And the second thing is HR capability building. I think that's the two things to success.
I think, DG sir has already told about that basically if we have to succeed as an institution, as a microfinance sector, we have to create a common platform for training. Training at least on certain common minimum denominator. Basically, if we talk about collection practices, customer protection principle, if we talk about doing the basic minimum on credit underwriting, so we have to create certain kind of training material at an industry level, and we have to deliver it to all the staff. Basically, there has to be a, I would say that like in insurance, if you have to become agent, you have to go through some certification course, 90 hours of training. So, yeah, so if we can fast track that, sir, that would be basically helpful for the industry as a whole.
Listen to Vijay, what he's saying. One more thing is, it's also time is required for these people to attend the training with a peace of mind, because everything boils down to over there, because these are the people, everybody is having their internal training team, everybody does the training. But at the end of the day, everything happens, it comes to again to training, why you have not trained properly. But we have to see the culture of knowledge enhancing all these things. So I want that should be changed. Thank you.
So more than capacity building, I will still focus on what is here and now, because this is a generation of instant gratification. So I think we need to show a semblance of growth or change very frequently. So every 6 months. So after 6 months probation confirmation, there is an increment. After 6 months appraisal cycle, there is an increment. After that, another 6 months, 1.5 years promotion. So if you have this kind of schemes for performance in field staff, I think attrition will be taken care of, and then they will be motivated to perform.
So one change I would like to see is, we as a industry should come out of the conventional methods of training and come up with innovative, specific approaches. And having said that, also we need to work on reskilling and upskilling of our own HR and training.
Gamification in training worked well. The impact was amazing. That created momentum as well as transformation among the staff that we gave it to team. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So
History to come on stage and give the memento to our speakers. Mr. Morris is always with Sa-Dhan. Mr. Vijay Kumar, CEO, Mr. Pragati Finserv. Mr. Ravindan PS, Head HR Belstar. Mr. Shubhranshu Patnaik, EVP HR Muthu Microfinance. Please, a little louder, we can't hear the claps. Chief Kanchan Banerjee, Arohan Financial Services Limited. And Mr. Jitendra Priyadashi, Head HR and Training, Pahal. May I also request Mr. Madhusudhan Group CTO Dwara Solutions to come on stage. Thank you everyone, thank you.
Now we can start the
Yeah.
come. So we will have one more private session and then we will break for it again. So please bear with us.
We can give you biscuits on your table.
Samsung, and we have certain engagements with MFI vertical, and I thought this would be an opportunity to bring that awareness. Before that, let me brief you as to what Samsung has been doing in India. We are the largest mobile manufacturing plant located in Noida. This also helps you in Make in India initiative. And we have close to around 3,000 service centers. This also helps you and your customers. Yes. We have close to around 7,000 employees with close to 5 R&D centers. We generate a lot of patents in Bangalore. It's one of the largest patent generating institute in the country today. With 2 factories, one is in Tamil Nadu and one is in Noida. So what do we offer for microfinance? So one primary thing is probably we are the only OEM to have a dedicated microfinance vertical with close to around 20 team members strong. We understand the industry, we understand the engagement, and also in terms of the engagement, there are 3 different modules. One is for your field staff to collect the loans, to process them, and to disperse. You require a tab or a smartphone. So that is something where close to around 2 lakh of your staff usually use our tabs, along with a software called as Knox, which has close to around 1 billion installations. So, and another engagement area is, see, we are an aspirational product, and we have catered certain modules or products to be consumed by your customers. And to do that, we have tied with some of the companies, some of the MFIs, where they finance these products. So with that, we have close to 20 lakh phones and 4 lakh consumer electronics products which are being currently financed. These are some of the companies where we are currently engaging. We have a published case study, Samasta Microfinance. And since morning I have been hearing a lot of things where you want to engage your employees. That is something which probably this is some engagement you can use it for your employees. Initially this was done only for Samsung employees, and over a period of time there are a lot of requests from a lot of companies with whom we work that we should extend a discount to their employees as well. So we have done that, and a lot of companies have benefited. Basically, you can extend this to your staff, your employees, wherein through an email they get an OTP and they can latch on to our portal and they can avail offers. So there are a lot of discounts which are available. This will be cheaper than what you would be getting from an open market or online portal, and with some interesting offers like free insurance and cashback and all those things. So these are some of the examples as to what kind of offers you have. And it's a pretty straightforward and simple portal to operate. Yeah, that's it. And if you have any questions, I'm there, and you can contact me. How to operate this portal? I can whitelist your domain, and you can start using it. Thanks for your time.
Now we move on to the third session, third panel discussion. It's role of organization, culture, and employee benefits in employee retention and motivation. So, may I call upon stage the moderator of this session, Ms. P.V. Priya, Associate Director, Aeon Consulting. Lead presenter in this session will be Jyoti Rao Gupta, Head HR and Training, Pragati FinServ. The other speakers will be Dr. L.H. Manjunath, ED, SKDRDP, Ms. Dhara Vyas, Chief People Officer, Suryoday SFB, Please, biscuit is coming. They're on the way. Bobby Matthew, Mr. Bobby Matthew, VP HR, SFB. Ms. Huma T, CHRO, Wada KGFS. And Mr. Vikram Mishra, EVP HR, Spandana Sporti. I welcome. Yes, this session has a lot of women. Yes. Good to see all the colleagues from microfinance industry, and honestly, I'm very excited when I got the break only for 10 minutes. I couldn't do the network.
You get more time.
Yeah, yeah. So since morning we are sharing the different thoughts, and it is very useful. And most of them we are already facing it, and we are already experiencing it. So few of them from our company. Pragati FinServ, we can say that as a age in this industry, we are very young. Maybe we are 2 years old in the.
You can use that money.
It's okay now? So we are 2 years old in this industry, but when it comes to the maturity wise, we are 20 years old because of our leaders and. So we started with the 7 employees in 2022, and right now we are at almost 1,800. We are nearly, I think by March we'll touch the 2,000 employees. And our AUM will also already we have touched 1,200, and we are aiming for 1,600 crores. So that's the. So I'll quickly run through about our company. So we have our values are very important, as everyone's saying. Culture is very important aspect for any company. I always believe in the values. Like when it comes to our family also, every family have a value system. If they don't have a value, we don't even consider them as a human being. So that's what is the values are very important for any organization or any person, for any family. So our values are Lukist, we call it as a Lukist, efficiency in our operations, accountability in our actions, simplicity in our thinking, transparency at all times. So people at Pragati, average age, as we do a lot of hiring from the field, front level, we do the lot of youngsters, freshers. So we have 85% of the, we call it as a field staff, which is branch managers and as well as the field officers. Their average age is 29 years, and we have a very bottom heavy organization. We believe morning we are keep telling that no, it's like it's a simple industry. It looks like a simple industry and it's like a plain vanilla ice cream, but now the industry is like used to be very plain vanilla ice cream, but now because of the various technologies, various process, it's become one of the mixed. Yeah. So we believe in the son of soil recruitment strategy, hiring the field staff. Again, we keep referring that. No? We believe we recruit locals. So we have a strategy within 15 kilometers radius of that branch we recruit, so that employee will have the work-life balance. They can go because we are hiring all the youngsters which are 21, 22, 23. So for them, after office hours, there is a life. So they want to enjoy. They want to go to the movie. If you are pressurize them, if you are asking them to sit for 9 or up to 9 or 10, they will simply put down. They'll abscond. I must say they will abscond because they want to go to the movie. That's what is their first preference. Then the earning. So because they want to enjoy. So we have to understand as a HR, we need to understand, we need to ensure that they should have a work-life balance. For that, of course, in our company, we use a lot of technology, ensuring that now they will complete their work on time by going for the collections, routing collections, or sourcing, or center meetings, all these things. And flexibility and work-life balance, HR partnership with business to improve along with the better pulse of employees. And since morning we are saying that dignity is very important. Dignity and respect for, if it is a youngster or whoever it is.
So if it is a human being, we need to respect them. So that's first thing as a HR, we need to start morning, I think Mr. Krati or so the kind of a slang they are using, we need to train them how to use the language. So dignity and respect comes from any employee first, and safe and space for voicing for the concerns. So अगर तुम ये पूछे तो we will ensure that no you will be out. So it should not be the case. So people should have employees should have a freedom to ask a question even for his CEO also. So we have in our company, we follow the open door policy, and my CEO, Mr. Jagdish Ramadu, whenever he goes to the field, he don't even wear the suit or typical. So when I come from a different industry, when I saw him that why you are doing like this, then he said, this is how, because we need to be with them. So for that we need to be like this. And engage with the local campuses for creating the bench strength. So we do the recruitment from the local government colleges, as every company is doing. And communication and connection is very important. Living organization core values aligned with the core is visible and accessible leadership, zero tolerance policy for poor behavior. Disciplinary is very important in our organization. Wherever money is involved, fraud is involved, and that's why we need to have a very strict disciplinary committees and actionables to be there. Acting on the employee feedback, we should encourage employee to give the feedback, and we have to act them. It should not be the case that we have heard, leaders came and heard, and just we forgot. So we should ensure that we give the action to that feedback, and continual improvement, and we have to improve in our organization success is we do the continuous whatever the work, whether in a HR processes, whether in a operation process, this continuous improvement, we believe in the continuous improvement. And learning company, we believe learning, maybe say the age of 10 or 80 or 60 or 70, that the learning is very important. Training is one of the things which need to be more strong in the microfinance industry. I feel that is still missing. We are not able to engage completely the field staff, because they are their focus is very less. So you need to ensure that you need to really attract them for a training. Somebody one morning who was saying it's a reels or something. So something excited one we have to do to engage them in the training. And building trust for sense of belongingness, transparency, build trust, and our organizations run with the customer. Acha, okay, because he asked me to. Yeah. Yeah. So transparency and transparency build trust, constant messages, information for everyone. Listening matters. So this is the one topic which I just wanted to have a quick discussion. What else we can provide? So insurance and all those things we can provide, but yes, any company can suggest what else we can provide to the MFI employees for employee benefits. And we have a structured classroom session, training centers. So employee engagement activities which we do for every organization. So every branch, local touch, we do more of a local flavor than the pan-India. We use the technology. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Yes,
conversation. We as a group are extremely aware that we're standing between you and the delicious lunch outside, so we can hope that we add a lot of value in what we converse. We intend to put out some examples onto the floor over here as we discuss. Some of the the topic in this panel is extremely critical while we discuss a lot of things about talent creation, attraction, management. We are probably going to touch upon two very sensitive aspects of talent retention and motivation, which is the culture of the organization and the benefits which inspire and aspire somebody to stay in the organization. Before I start off with questions, please allow me to quote one of my very favorite leaders, Jack Welch, the ex-CEO of General Electric. You know, when he said that no company, small or large, can win the long term without energized employees, yeah, who are in complete belief of the mission and understand how to achieve it, right? In that as a context, I think this morning you've been hearing this, that all organizations have to pull out their talent from the same pool available in the market, the same bunch of prospective employees, right? And so then we all are employing common people. And the job of an organization, the responsibility of the HR group in the organization is about how to make common people perform at uncommon levels. With that as the base for today's panel discussion, we are hoping that we will delve into each aspect of our culture, of the kind of benefits that we believe helps us retain and motivate talent. And we are also hoping that we'll demystify some of the elements that will help us build a strong microfinance industry in India, right? So, you know, microfinance as an industry has grown strongly and has been deeply rooted in its value system, right, because of the derivative that it is, right? So, today as an industry, there's a lot of juggling that is happening between maintaining traditional values and the need for innovation. A juggle between fostering collaboration at the same time maintaining hierarchy within the organization, and a culture of growth, but at the same time holding a sense of community and identity. So if I could request the panel to share some thoughts on when we are building a culture, how do we build a culture that balances these two elements that need to be managed within the organization? We're going to keep this conversation free flow just so that the audience knows about it. Right? So each of us, as we have ideas and examples, we're going to bring it out for you. But to kick-start with the conversation, Huma, if I can ask you to share your thoughts, and the mic will move on from there.
Extremely delighted to be here today and share my thoughts and address this august gathering. Just to set the context, and I think each of the panelists since morning have already set the context for us. And the topic given to us is the role of culture and benefits in employee retention and motivation. So in today's dynamic and competitive business landscape, softer aspects like culture and benefits play a very, very critical role, not only in attracting but also retaining top talents. Culture, just to define culture, I think it's the personality of the organization, a very important fabric that binds us with our people. In simple terms, it is who we are, what we stand for, and how we operate. So at Dwara KGFS, I'm just coming to specific examples of how do we actually implement this culture in the way we do things here. And grace is the guiding light. It's our core values and core values of Dwara. So grace stands for growth mindset, respect for all, agile workforce, customer centricity, and pursuit of excellence. And that's what we've termed as grace of Dwara. Each of our HR branding initiatives, this is the guiding light which guides us in whatever we do here, especially the way we recruit people, the way we onboard them, how do we manage their performance and engagement. I'm just quoting a few examples from each of these key pillars because all of us here in HR fraternity knows that the recruitment, onboarding, performance and engagement are the four most important verticals in HR. And all of us talk about culture and a lot of things, but a common saying like how Priya just mentioned came to my mind that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Right? So the most important element in the entire value systems that we want to take it forward is how do we show this employee care and connect, which is the last mile connect, as well as the care and the different generations that we're talking about, be it millennial, new age, whatever it is. What is still relevant today is the aspirations. That has never died out. Everybody wants, everybody needs something, everybody aspires for something, everybody is looking forward to something, and that has definitely not become irrelevant, even it is very, very relevant in today's time. So when we hire people, how do we disseminate this culture and how do we make sure that everybody lives the grace values in the organization is what we've been driving, and we've implemented with all our important processes. So right at the interview time, the pitches talk about, introduces that to the prospective employer. So we talk about culture and values to them. When they come into the organization, they get assessed for a culture fit and for the competence. So competence and character gets assessed apart from the psychometric testing. And once they come in, our largest workforce is field employees. So about 60-70% of our frontline staff is field employees, and we call them wealth managers. We don't call them sales, support, or any other terms. We call them wealth managers. They undergo a 3-day immersive assimilation program. So this is something that we call as WAP, Wealth Manager Assimilation Program. What they actually get to see is they get a sneak peek into the day in the life of a wealth manager. What are the typical challenges and expectations of the role? Whom do we meet? How do we talk? How do we operate? So they actually get to have a first-hand information of who we are, and then they give an acceptance to join. So the prospective employer actually gets to get a feel of the organization, and then they come into the organization. Once they come in, we have the Dwara Anubhav program, which is our structured 180-day new employee onboarding, where we talk about, it starts with the first 6-day induction training, of course, but what we also do is continuous learning. They have an on-the-job training program. They also have we also do a dipstick study of how has been their experience in day 1, day 30, day 60, and 90. Apart from that, Sarathi, my colleagues today spoke about Sarathi. So we do have an LMS platform where we give them training on the go. But what Sarathi also helps us is we just launched it. It's a generative AI, a GPT, which basically prompts whatever is the requirement of the field team. So everybody spoke about 20% retention is only there. So we also don't really stop with a 6-day induction. We do an on-the-job training program, and we also give them a personal assistance, which is always with them in their mobile phone, which can prompt them on quick product features, talks about the processes, a lot of process gaps, labs. So it contributes to attrition. People leave on their own, but we also kind of let go of people due to involuntary attritions, right? So if they make any common mistakes in processes, this is the one generative AI, which is a new age technology which we have integrated, which will tell us how to do. So I'm not going to go through all the processes, but be it in performance management, employee engagement, having exclusive forums, focus group discussions, and being closer to the employees, listening to their feedback, and then targeting tailor-made interventions and benefits is something that we have taken forward too. So we also have an exclusive forum called SHE. In a microfinance organization, the gender ratio is also an 80-20 for us. So we have an exclusive forum called SHE, which is Safety, Health and Empowerment. This is exclusive for women employees. We do a lot of interventions around that, apart from the rewards and recognitions. I'll hand it over to Priya. Just wanted to give an overview of what are the key initiatives that we do in all these 4 verticals. We'll be very keen to hear from the rest of the panelists on what they do, and these are just a few best practices that I would like to share. And also happy to say that this has really helped us in early attritions, and when industry is really suffering a 60% plus attrition, we've been able to keep it under 40%.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Kumar. Manjak, would you want to share about your thoughts about balancing the culture in the organization?
Well, my organization is divided of all giants. We don't have base, we don't have key, but we have 45,000 employees in the organization, and they all have my phone numbers. That's the most important thing. I think this sector, the MFI sector, goes with passion. And the chief of the organization or whoever runs the organization must have the passion to contact the last person in the week. So that's what actually keeps the organization going, is what I feel. I started out with 85 employees in the year 2001. I'm not an HR man, but till today I have kept HR with me. And anybody within the organization, anything that happens to him or her, within the organization, in her personal life, she is open to speak to me. She just calls me up and says, this is her problem, this is his problem, this is what they faced in the field. And Of course, at times it becomes very difficult for me to respond to them, but I try responding to them in a very positive manner. If it's not possible, I pass it on to the particular department to respond to that. So the passion, I think, if you want to retain employees within the organization, you need to have the passion. So, somebody, that lady over there told that her CEO goes to the field without, the formal suits. We go to the field without even the shoes. We just go to the field just like them. So they do not have a feeling that we are the CEO. That comes from the mentor in my organization, which is Dr. Virendra Hegde, who is the Rajya Sabha member, and has received many accolades. And I end with this. He says, whenever he receives an accolade, he has a responsibility to pass it on to all his employees, and then go to Manjunatha Swami temple and dedicate that accolade to Manjunatha Swami. So this is not mine, it's yours. So this feeling of creation that it is yours actually makes a lot of change in the motivation of the employee to work for the organization. Of course, my organization is a not-for-profit entity, and that's what I always say to my employees: the harder you work, more benefits you reap. So, and that's the reason why everything that they earn goes back to them, not to my shareholders. So that makes a lot of difference in the employee motivation. And I don't think I have an addition at all. Those who want to go back home, go back home. They don't want to go and join another institution. It rarely happens. In case of SKDIDP, my employees going and joining another institution is such a rare phenomenon. They can't work, they can't go, but they go back home. So the reason I am telling this is, I pick up boys and girls from the grassroots. And my organization, I have something like 80% of my employees are women. It's completely women-led organization. And I pick them all from the grassroots. And I don't have a separate training induction training at their level. They just pick it up from their groups and they join my organization, and they slowly pick up working with a small group of people. And when they are good enough to grow, they'll take up higher positions. So in my organization, it's like the employee picking me up rather than I picking up the employee. So up to my regional director level today, I must tell you, up to my regional director, they have all started their lives from grassroots. And it's hardly, anybody who can speak fluent English, and nobody speaks that. So to reach out to all of them, I go with the circulars. And circulars are completely instructed, verified in a language that they understand, completely in Kannada, no other language other than Kannada. And even if now, of course, we are working in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, completely Malayalam, completely Marathi, no English, and in a language as simple as possible. And then I keep talking to them through videos and then going to them all the time. I keep working. And a set of people whom I have developed also go to them. So I think it's a reach rather than of course the processes, those manuals, everything like that. As she rightly said, the biggest motivation is the aspiration that she has got in her life. But apart from the aspiration, how do I reach out? Yesterday I was in and somebody made a song for me and they said, "You are our icon." So of course I'm a very simple man, a grassroots man. But I want to be with them all the time. This feeling is what makes a difference in employees' life. That is what I do.
Sure, thank you so much for sharing. I do have a follow-up question, but I'll come in rounds for you on that. Bobby, do you want to share your thoughts around balancing culture?
One truly inspiring, sir. Okay, basically, it's one of the most amazing things which I recently heard that he doesn't have an attrition at all. You all love to learn more from you, sir. And if you look at the culture, it's something like an operating system for any other machines or any other thing kind of. And the moment you create a sticky culture, the people will stick to you. That's one of the best examples which he has put forth to you kind of. And in this scenario where I had seen worked in IT and manufacturing and then finally into a bank. But when you look at each one is different. The widest or the diversified work culture is in MFI. If you look at even you look at geography, demography, or biography of individuals, or the history of the people, everything differs. So, as ma'am was also mentioning in between, we have to tailor make for each territory, each geography, so the challenge goes on higher. But how we will make a common one? One is we have to communicate to people that we have a common purpose. Like my MD always says that we have a common purpose of fighting the partiality of prosperity. So how we will be, the last person would be talking the same language. So we have to continuously communicate. And a culture, if you look at every kind of temptation can happen in an MFI. Okay. But in terms of the targets, time constraints, or the money which they handle, all these things comes into the challenges. So something which we have to create is we have to get into their shoes, create, as ma'am was mentioning in between, I'll put it in a different word, create extraordinary people from the ordinary members. So the people who have been talking language, we have to talk in their language. We have to talk in their same modalities. So like this, we will be able to create a culture story. So one day, if you can wind a whack and then make a culture change, definitely not possible. It is a Herculean task which each one of the person, the HR role is majorly under facilitation rather than making it. Each person who will be talking from the senior levels has to be cascaded to the second level, third level, and fourth level, and the last level. So how do we make it? That is HR has to be championed for that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Bobby. The kind of trust, right? So that is the depth of culture and the importance of it, and I hope we are able to communicate that. On the same lines, any examples, any anecdote from your organization that you would like to share?
So we're talking about culture, and I think most of our organizations, given that we are very labor-intensive, operations-intensive units, all of us have certain behaviors, certain values that we abide by, right? And I think the entire efficacy is in terms of how we are kind of living by this on a day-to-day basis, right? So at Suryodaya, every day morning, across all our branches, regional office, corporate office, we all take a pledge saying as to this is my purpose, this is how I will treat my customers, this is what I will do, this is what I will not do. And I work in the corporate office. We play this pledge. Earlier, we used to actually have a system where a laminated copy was given to an employee, and on every floor, there'll be a bell and somebody would read it out. Of course, things have changed. We have speakers now, but it's so inspiring. If you walk into our corporate office at 10, it's pin drop silence. Everybody stands up for the pledge. And even the visitors, you can see that expression of wow on their face, right? And we take it very seriously. I mean, speakers are tested every day, 10 minutes before the pledge time. That's the seriousness that we put. One of the things, it may sound very simple, we have said that we will pay our salaries on the penultimate day of the succeeding month. So say for example, if I have to kind of run my payroll, I will do it on 28th. So today actually would be the date for the payroll. We plan short months, the entire cycle kind of planning happens much ahead of time. Months with festival, we take it very, very seriously that it has to happen on time. We underwent the system transition, okay, so we sort of shifted from FIS to Finacle. And why would the HR be required to do a UAT on a payroll process, right? But we did that because this is something that we don't compromise. So, these are few things. A lot of times I think, for field, yes, of course, we need to kind of teach them behaviors to do, not to do. But even in terms of the corporate office, which is responsible in terms of how easy, difficult the life of the field team would be, I think it's very important to kind of drive this. So, we have, as a bank, of course, apart from microfinance, we are kind of into liabilities, mortgages, commercial vehicles. But in all our PAC meetings, which is, your product process meetings, there is a voice of customer. there is a voice of employee that, this process isn't easy, difficult for the employee. Does this kind of hold good for my customer? So, we try and kind of ensure that, whatever our values that are core to us, we in a way kind of measure it right from the top and communicate that to the last mile. So I'll stop with that.
And all the things, and I will just quickly, I understand most of the audience here are going through some amount of cultural transformation now because of COVID or RBI regulations or digitalization. So few chips probably you can take it down, few ingredients and talk about. The first point, we all know that culture is basically how we feel it. Maybe the perception about management, perception about peers, supervisors, work environments, these are all perceptions. But real thing, if you want to do, it's possible. You have seen the movie, Ek Banda Se Kafi Hai. So sit Ek Banda, you can also do. So I have been doing that for last many years. So first thing is E and C, your ethical standards and compliance. We all have COPC, we have code of conduct, but it's time for us to do a preventive actions by putting a branch code of conduct. It's important that if you look at all the microfinance and work I have put there, it has helped us. Because we have to tell them what is allowed, not allowed. Next point is organizational justice, how your fairness to the I and M, integrity and misconduct. Integrity is your financial discipline, all kind of fraud management and all. And misconduct is also the kind of reputational loss. That is financial and reputation is high. And misconduct is basically work intelligence, insubordinations, then all kind of escalations between employees, customers. Those are all non-financial, which we call it misconduct. How you treat that? If you are saying consumption of alcohol is zero tolerance in your branch, and if somebody in operation is saying, sir, वो तो बाहर से पी के आया था, so then let's be flexible. Okay, so we can't have this kind of things. It's very clear, zero tolerance to zero tolerance. So how you take the decisions in integrity and misconduct is very important. How you set your ethical standards and compliance is more important. And this fourth segment will give to the last point is your key perception. Let's understand one thing. We call it that what people hold it and demonstrate it. These two things. Jal dharaiti is dharma, jal karaiti is karma. How your management and each individual for MFI, if you ask a loan officer or field officer, field executives, who is your management? Is the branch manager is manager. It's not the board, it's not the CFO. So it's a point is to be demonstrated across. So that's not easy job. When you enter into a house, somebody will say that, boss, change this interior design and 20. You can't do that overnight. So culture is like that. It's very difficult. A lot of time I have failed also. I try to change, but then I don't know what is looking for. The person who is telling you that you need to be a cultural ambassador, it doesn't define what is looking for. So in that process, it is not difficult. But if you take this fourth segment, I think very soon you will be able to change the key perceptions. That will help you quite a lot. I think that's about it. Tips. Probably all of you can take this fourth segment, E and C, I and M. How will drive it will give you E. So sense of responsiveness from HR, sense of ownership from HR, and the line managers will bring the sense of belongingness for Uma talks about is the feeling. That's the end result. I think it's a big topic. We may not talk about how we will reduce the attrition or improve the motivations, but I think the culture is one of the segments. For benefit, I will tell there are two parts. One is we call it rational expense. We all the top MFIs, we do have GMC, we have GPA, we have term insurance, we do have a lot of such kind of rational expenses which finance always push you back. Why you are doing so much? But I do see the biggest opportunity there is how we explain and keep the employee ready for those benefits. We are already availing those, we are providing that benefit. Probably our last mile, the loan officers are not our benefit. I'll just give you an example which I experienced just yesterday. I was in Salem area. I was doing some fraud investigation. I met one of the loan officers. He did 93 customer login in single month of January. And there were 3 loan officers joined in that branch. And because we had some issue in that branch, that's why I went there. So 3 yellow we separated and we have brought new. And this particular gentleman promised me that he will ensure that these all other 3 also will do 93 to 95 logins in a month, which is this almost 1.2 to 1.3 crore disbursement in a branch, which is completely full of new journals. I just wonder why he's telling like this. Now you will come to know why he's telling that. He met with the accident because he was very clear that we have been driving the helmet, health and safety and all. Despite that, he was taking a overtake from a tanker and hit the tanker in behind and he met with the accident. But the response from HR immediately put into place then the whole cashless expenditures and all. He was so impressed and he said, I'll be here for next life also. First one. That's what is how the employee benefits or employee value propositions work for you. That's very important how you can kind of pass on the communications about all your benefits to the employees. Now coming to the notional expense, which generally not bother you much, it is an expense within. Providing a maternity related illness, MRI leave for the people who are in prenatal or EML, extended maternity leave, which is basically leave without pay. Is something you will, when you introduce, people will say that why you are doing it. Suppose we introduce something called contingency leave like death in family, prevalent leave for 2 days and all. It's not going to add anything in compensation expense and all, but it gives a good feel. I remember one of the sponsored companies here, I started that company as this first microfinance. When we discussed about carry forward of sick leave, and there was protest. Why would you carry forward? I said, anyway, these are young boys, they don't use, let's keep this, but we'll keep it very clearly. They will use it whenever there is an accident or sick, their problem. So it was not adding any compensation. You just carry forward the sick leave for next 3 years and let the employee use it when it is required. It was not for any other purpose. It is not for adjustment. So like that I can keep on, there are so many notional expense we do. What we call it benefit related to life event. Whether you have like seed programs, giving them some kind of sponsoring for higher certification program. There are a lot of certification program is there for microfinance. IIBF is doing the certification for microfinance. Then we have Sa-Dhan MP, they are all doing certification program. We can sponsor those as well as kind of like marriage gift. There is a child in family, you send some simple gift. Those are something is notional expense but bring you differently and it is certainly creates a value in the whole employee cycle and he will feel that so that's what you have to touch at a point when it is there is a change in life event and that will be good. So that's all from my side. I think I talked about very rationally, operationally what are the things we need to do in terms of the culture and employee benefit. I think all of you are doing quite a lot in rational expenses, which is all this benefit. I think time for you to look at notional expenses, how you can change your work-life balance and those kind of things. Refresh and rejuvenate leave is something like that. Can you give all your in-laws a 5 days leave sometime between July to December? Because all of us we are pressurized, no leave on JFM because everyone wants to meet the target. Or April, May, June also they will say, no, appraisal center, don't allow them to take leave. So, but at least the middle 6 months, can we give something like that? Kind of motivating them to utilize at least 5 to 7 days of their PA and take a break. So these are the benefits we can create. It doesn't add any financial expense to your etc. So you can still build a good organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. I don't know how many of you realize what happened. We started with a conversation on culture and how beautifully it has naturally drifted into a conversation of benefits, right? And probably that's the beauty of how culture and benefits are extremely intertwined, how they talk to each other, how they influence and impact each other, right? So now that we've moved to benefits, one curiosity which I'm sure is there in everyone's mind, microfinance as an industry is at a rapid pace of growth, ramp up at its highest. Earlier today we were listening to the numbers that are going to happen, right? And then you have a combination of technology coming in, so the diversity of skills, the generational diversity. We are talking of geography diversity when 60 to 70% of your talent is spread into the deeper pockets of India's landscape, right? And the, apart from your organization of course, the lack of sufficient gender diversity, right? In the wake of all these situations which are not going to go away from our industry for at least the next 2 or 3 years, right? How do you sustain culture and build a benefits program that speaks across? Yeah. So if you can demystify some of these aspects with some examples in your organization, I believe that would be very useful for all of us. Yeah. So who wants to pick the mic? Whoever has an example for us.
Every Monday morning, there is a message which goes from MD. What is the culture? What is the agenda? There is a continuous reiteration is going on to ensure that the last person is known to is knowing what are we into. The second one is the people that it's a communication continuum. Any person comes in will be going through an induction process which would be majorly on the cultural aspects. Okay, and so that because attrition will be there, except in very few companies, attrition would be there. At this rate, every 3 years, every new will be seeing a new organization. So how do we sustain it? Only through a continuous communication continuum. One is through induction. The second is through MD would be briefing the entire people. The HODs would be briefing the entire people downstairs, and then it would be cascaded down. But we have to, HR has to ensure that communication is going on. That is one thing. The second one, we have to start use all the technology when you the current almost if you look around in your organization, 85-90% of your employees would be in the new age. So how do we communicate to those people? How do they accept this? So, and this will continue. And create some kind of visual effects, like many of you earlier panelists will be mentioning, the snippets on videos or pictures or any other modes that we have to communicate. The second, the other one which we have to do is, we have to walk the talk. Each HR person has to walk the talk. Anything which we commit has to ensure that it is being done. Unless it is done, then the entire HR is getting on the field within the timeline itself. So once that is being happening, slowly people will come back to HR or come back to that stream where people can reach that. So any cultural deviations, each employees in the last mile will be able to indicate that. Likewise, HR has to start. One of the initiatives we have taken is a voice. We will be contacting all the teams. We will be connecting to the last branch, and the entire branch manager and the team will sit together and communicate back to us. And after that, the same day itself, we will be initiating a survey. What we have to change in HR, what we have to change in the organization. So from that surveys, we will be able to get those snippets of what we have to change and what we have to do for those people. Engage more open. So whenever you continuously engage those people, they will start communicating back to you. So the moment this continues and the communication channel is open, definitely you would be able to communicate strongly. This is what, as Sir was also mentioning, there are certain principles which we have to adhere to, and we should not have no choice to either away from that. So what not to do and what to do, we have to define and move on. Then the sustenance of culture will continue. Thank you.
Just moving on specifically to the benefits that we offer. In fact, having worked in an NBFC and MFI for a long time, we also started doing retention efforts and benefits like a collection bucket only. So we do actually 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 to 9 months, and then 2 years. So we kind of have targeted interventions to see how do we kind of contain our early attritions, and then how do we make sure that our since the loyalty is something which is really missing in the current workforce, how do we make sure that we give some deferred long-term incentives to people, especially in the front line. So we've been doing a lot of initiatives in the field employees. And the other thing that we also realized is we're not celebrating enough. We've been really running after collecting and disbursing and then looking at AUM growth and all of that. But we don't really celebrate enough, and that is something that everybody wants to, feel acknowledged, feel valued and respected. So one such thing that we do is, as I said, we have a 180-day new join engagement program. We actually celebrate the 100-day milestone of an employee. So this is something which gives them a feel that we have really worked with them, done the OJT, and then their 100 days is something which we celebrate. The WAP program, what I spoke about, the Wealth Management Assimilation program, usually we all look at giving benefits to our employees. But during WAP, he is a prospective employee, and what we do actually is to extend the group personal accident cover, because he's going to do a 3-day immersive field visit with us. God forbid something happens, he is not an employee, and so the liability is not with the employer. But just to ensure that we also give protection, which is going beyond, we also give a group personal accident cover and unnamed policy, even at the time of VAP. So both the 100-day celebration and VAP, in fact, thanks to Sa-Dhan, they featured us as two of the best practices in the Sa-Dhan's guide. These were something which is notable thing. The third thing what we do is, again, as I said, for the 6 months bucket, we have a probation confirmation increment. So employees don't really have to wait for 1 full year to get an increment. Instant gratification, they want just-in-time learning, they want everything like Google, like it has to be there. They really want instant gratification, so we started doing their confirmation appraisals and actually align it to the PMS cycle and then give them increment like how we would have given for a 3, 4, 5 rated employee. Long service bonus again is exclusively for field because many of the organizations extend variable pay, which is incentives, performance linked incentives. And most of the time the statutory benefit bonus is actually clubbed and adjusted with the incentives. So they really don't see any larger sums at the end of the year. So we actually started this long service bonus to field employees. This is over and above PMS, over and above increment, and also about the incentives that they earn. All they have to do is stay with us and complete 2 appraisal cycles. When they complete 2 appraisal cycles, a percentage of CTC is given to them as a lump sum at the end of the second year. So like this, we have kind of made a few benefits which has really helped us in employees looking forward to and retention.
Organization itself, you need to have very strong HR policies, which includes the compensation, the notional benefits, all that you will have to go with the industry itself. So which my organization also has got. In fact, we never fail to give them a salary on the 30th or before that day, even during COVID times. So all those, we have in fact retirement benefits, quite a very strong retirement benefits. We have bonus facilities for Deepavali festival as also Ugadi festival. So we have those things and they're very strong in the sector. In fact, my packages are very good. But where we are different perhaps from the other institution is at the grassroots. When we start off taking a person, we start off them on an incentive basis. We give them a certain work and then incentivize on each of the works that they choose to do. 10, 15 things and they get paid for that. So they do that for a couple of 3 years or 3, 4 years and then they get inducted into the organization on a permanent basis. So I have about 18,000 contractual employees who also get about 10, 15, 20,000 rupees a month, but they're mostly women, they have children and they don't like to move out of their village. So they work in their village or just surroundings of maybe 5-10 kilometers and they deliver certain ponderables for us and they get a good compensation. From this cadre, I pick up my next cadre, which is a more permanent credit officer or a project head cadre. And then, so this set of people who are settled in the village, only those who want to go out of the village, make this profession as their career, would come and take up the higher position. If it is not so, they are very happy with their family, they are happy with their children, they don't want to move. So this one big difference is generating permanent employees for me. And once you become a permanent, you open for transfers. You open for higher facilities, no doubt, but you open for transfers. So this is one thing which I am doing differently, perhaps, yeah, so I don't, and once I become permanent, lot of things accrue to them, and they call, what's standard in the industry, accrue to them, and so they enjoy that. The second thing that I do different from the other organization is, my entire target is bottom-up approach. It is not going up from top down. So each individual's SHG, self-help group, sits and decides what is their requirement for the year and what are the purposes for which they require. It's all data is created on that, because all my employees who are on a permanent basis work on tax. So they go to the village in the month of February, they decide what is required for that year, and that is uploaded. So the entire target of my organization gets uploaded in the month of February. So everybody knows what is required for this group, what is required for this village, and so village head, the taluka head, everybody know what is actually expected of them. Very little tinkering we do at the head office level, at my level. So this is the second major difference that we have. And thirdly, we also encourage them to take decisions at their level and very grassroots level. If certain thing is required, they will do it on their own. So this also changes their mindsets toward the organization. They feel they belong to this, and they think that they want to transform a village, a set of people. So this feeling of belongingness is what is created out of bottom-up approach. This is what I think is differently done by me. And finally, one, like she was telling, whenever they achieve milestones, they discuss at the taluka level, at the village level, and they enjoy it. So this is, it is not necessarily financial. We look at our website, we do multidisciplinary things. So we have created verticals, 5-6 verticals. So I require employees in all my verticals, because most of my money that I earn goes back to the field. So there's so many verticals. They at the grassroots level, all these verticals actually converge. So they feel happy. Okay, I have not performed well in this particular vertical, but I have performed well in this. So they enjoy this, this achievement every year after year.
Philosophy, and on a relative note, it could be good, bad, ugly, but if you've adopted a philosophy, it's the efficacy again is in how well you're communicating it, right? There are a lot of HR professionals here. If you had to kind of go to a branch and really ask them that, please tell me, talk to me about what is your medical cover or your, term life cover. I don't think people have details on their fingertips, right? So, how well you communicate and how you reinforcing this time and again becomes very, very important. Again, for an employee, it's not a benefit that he sees in hand, right? I mean, he knows there's a policy, but the moment of truth is when something happens and he's able to utilize it. Now, it's not going to happen to all your employees. So, when there is something like this, are you able to communicate to the other set of employees? Like, I'll give you an example. One of our boys in Latur, he had black fungus around COVID. Obviously, the other team members knew that HR was in touch with his family and all arrangements were being made. We had to tap into our buffer because the expenses kind of were huge. What also incidentally happened was that in that entire area, which is my Maharashtra too, my queries on the help desk increased, saying that have I covered all my family members? Can I download my health cards? Right? So I think for us, somewhere these moments of truth have to be communicated. So we do, what we started recently is a WhatsApp channel for employees because my loan officers don't have an email ID, right? I'm so dependent on my branch manager to communicate anything. What I know is that everybody uses WhatsApp. So just like how, you may have a WhatsApp coming from your insurance company, we have a WhatsApp that comes from HR. So it's our channel, we do contests through it, okay, we do our referral programs through it, we communicate benefits through it, and what we're able to also do is, it's a great platform because for every state you can select the audience, You can kind of create custom tags and vernacular and you can communicate these things. What we also do is we do these very short 1.5 minute videos of people who benefited, out of these. Of course, this person, I think he speaks so much from the heart that whenever, the WhatsApp goes out with this video, all of a sudden we see surge in terms of our query list saying that, we want to kind of finish enrollments. Otherwise, it's always a push communication, right? Or somebody kind of really saying that, my father was ill and how kind of, this amount really helped me and I was not rendered vulnerable. So I think these are great ways to communicate. We cover all our areas in town halls. So, we're now in about 12 states and 2 union territories and about 7,500 employees. And our town halls typically have anywhere from 300 to 400 people coming in. And of course, benefits is something that we communicate, but what we also do is, we kind of play these videos coming from that region, whether, how a person has grown in the system or somebody who's kind of availed this benefit. We have something very special, for our employees where we give education allowance, and this allowance is actually not part of the CPC of an employee. This amount gets credited to the spouse's account. Okay, so somewhere in terms of how do you even kind of ensure that families are part of the journey, that the employee has with the institution. And we have kids who actually say that I've started taking an extra tuition, or I'm like now going to a drawing class because I've always wanted to develop this hobby. And I think this creates such a positive reinforcement. And just not the perception around benefit, but yes, this is something that I can utilize it. So these are few examples that we have. Of course, we have many, but I think I'll be cognizant of the time.
Anything else that you'd like to add on the message?
Being in last role, I just put more implementation, like last time I talked about, is 3 aspects. Don't get confused, centralized, decentralized. Yes, first point is sense of responsiveness, how we do. I think OSS, one-stop solution is required, whether you use chatbot or you use your CRM tools. You can create like My Learning, which is related to training, My Alumni Services, all FM settlement, so that one person become accountable and own that particular services for employee. That is important. So that's the OSS. Now, second part is sense of ownership. ESS and MSS. We have been implemented the ERP 10 years back, but still people are not doing employee side service. We expect them to resign in system, but they will say, hello, मैं तो branch manager को बोल दिया था कि मैं resign कर लिया. So count from there for 45 days or 90 days. So that's the still we are living in that kind of era. So ESS, MSS driving still is a kind of a requirement in microfinance. That's probably will bring some sense of ownership. ESS, MSS, alumni, that's something called SS, social group. We can create, like say, talk about communication is very key element. If we can create a micro learning clips, maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes, keep on sharing there and employee can discuss with themselves, solve a lot of issues, how to do the cash deposit, cash, all these things they will talk there. That will be more bring the sense of ownership because they will think that they are devising the process, they are running that. Unless until you involve them in the process, they will never kind of come out. They know they are the not bold of the organization. They know what need to be done in what situation. So that's more important. The last part is we are talking about celebrating how to do. Use the marketing strategy for your employee connect. If you can do segmentation, let's say like Uma talked about C, I do we, women empowerment system. I had something called value forum, which is basically all 3 years and above. They have different kind of requirement. You can't address everything through one kind of messaging. So we need to have a segmentation. You do a knowledge street with some CXOs for all high posts. So you segmentize a separate thing. Even you can do the all your bottom 10 who are not doing well in their ND and C, the loan disbursement collection efficiency. You can pick up them and do a separate review. So you can segmentize your employees and do a very specific communication so that you will see the change. I have seen the change. The business has changed, business has transformed. It's all HR. Microfinance is nothing but only HR. Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the entire panel, we thank Sa-Dhan for this opportunity, and we hope that this discussion has brought in a lot of points on how culture and benefits can help the talent grow. Yeah?
So there's a small memento for all our panelists. May I request on the stage Natarajan sir to come and give the mementos to our eminent speakers. So, Manjunath, so last time it was the other way round, now this way. Oh, Manjunath sir had given to Natarajan sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling.
Thank you so much. Let's have a CHRO, Flip Carbon, ex-head HR and People Strategy, IDFC Bank and Bajaj Allianz GI. He will be taking a master class with the HR people. Like all the HR people will be having a class. India, Prasad Katraj, please come on stage.
This being the worst time to have the session immediately post lunch, I was trying to fight with the lady Ritubana to get us a different slot, but I'm still glad to see that at least half the room is full. So thank you so much. I guess you'll be wondering what we are doing over here among so many MFIs, so many lenders here, right? We are an InsurTech platform. We are CoverFox. We are a broking company, insurance broking company, and we have a technology arm called CoverStack, through which we do everything technology first. Our job is to make lives easier for all the HR folks over here by giving them a technology platform to manage employee insurance in a better way. And through our broking, we help the business teams or the finance teams at your companies to get you the best possible product with the best possible price, so that the cost doesn't come on you as much as possible. Before I start, I'll quickly tell you, who all we are working with, just to kind of make it a little sensible. I'll start on the bottom. We work with Sa-Dhan, we work with Sahaj, we work with Sa-Dhan. That's on the MFI front. Total, we do about 300 crores of insurance premium every year through our partners. We also work with some of the category leaders. We work with Flipkart, which is the largest e-com. We work with ICICI Securities, which is the largest equity broker in the country by AUM. We work with the lending arm of Volkswagen called Kuwait. We work with an insurer called Policy Insure. We work with some of the largest used car platforms like Cars24, Spinny, Car Trade and stuff. We essentially bring all these products which I mentioned on the left hand side, which is the group medical, group term for your employees. For your customers, group credit life and group term life, and group hospital cash, all those things that we work with. We also work on some retail products like motor health, life insurance, for on a retail side. Sorry, this doesn't change, but anyways, this slide talks about our presence in the country. I was not trying to show this slide, but through our partners, through our MFIs, through our technology partners, we are present in almost all the pin codes of the country, and we work on handling the claims for your employees. I think the theme today has been on employees, and I've heard everybody, all the speakers, talk about employee retention. Attrition has been a big problem. And I think insurance is one of the best loyalty products for employee loyalty and their convenience. And that's something that we can help you with. Both in terms of providing you the best possible product and coverage at the best possible price, and then taking care of the claims, through and through, right? So that's something that we have worked with technology to automate, and I would be glad to, help you and your organization in providing this to your employees, right? We do it through a technology mechanism, as you can see on the slide over there. On one side, we tie up with all the insurers. We have been in business for 11 years, and by virtue of that, we are partnered with almost all insurers, be it life, be it general. We have made significant, technological inroads with them, and we bring those products from the insurers to you and to your ecosystem, right, seamlessly. And from your side, we take care of the claims and we bring them about to the insurers in a seamless way. So that's essentially bridging the gap between you as a consumer and insurer as the provider. So that's something we try to do.
Settlement time? Settlement time?
It varies from product to product, but typically from the time we get all the documents, it's about 2 to 3 days. Documents is the most important part to that, right? So we kind of take care of that as well. So that's something that we help you with, and we also help you with your customers' insurance, as we just talked about, which is the group credit life and the group hospital cash. We run large portfolios on them as well, and we would love to hear back from you and to help you on your employee insurance and your customer insurance. I have shared my number over here, but my contact details are also mentioned. If you can share it with everyone. Thank you so much.
Who has come and from Mumbai and he has a flight to catch. We are running late. So may I request now Abhimanyu to take the next presentation.
Am I audible at back? Yes. Yeah, great. So welcome Chennai. Thank you so much for having me over here. It's my honor and pleasure to be part of this conference. Masterclass is a very big responsibility which has been put on me. So I'm not over here to teach, rather I'm over here to learn from all of you. So what I'm going to do is that first 20 minutes, I got allotment of around 30 minutes. So first 20 minutes, I'll try to cover what I have to say, and probably the last 7 to 10 minutes we can have questions to be addressed, if any. So please feel free to note down your questions and then let's have a discussion. There are 3 reasons why I'm here why I got over here. One, Tamil Nadu has got a very special place in my heart. My very first boarding was in Kunnur, near Uti, and that's one reason. The second is that microfinance, fintech, this is something which is really close to my heart. This is something that is helping India grow, build India. But at the same time, there are massive amount of triple challenges that we see. And it is very imperative that we discuss on those aspects. And third is, of course, Mrs. Roy, who got me over here, so thank you so much. As we move ahead, one of the pieces that we always talk about, like if you look at the interchangeable words, what it should be? Should it be HR strategy? Should it be people strategy? I think more often or not, we kind of interuse this word. Probably the idea over here is that can we migrate from HR strategy to people strategy? More often or not, it might look like pretty similar, but there is a rationale behind these change. And hence over here, if you look at the designation of the people who have come, there are 2 CHRs, and it is more to do with the logistical arrangement of the people. Whereas if the moment you move this to the people strategy, you are connecting it back to the value that you bring to the organization. One of my point over here when I was listening to the session in the morning, we were all in some other way we were all saying the same thing but probably in a different language. One thing which kind of really stood hard in front of me was we were trying to say business and we were saying HR. So why is HR not part of the business? I think that's a question that we need to reflect upon. If business is about adding value, why is HR not able to add value? I think that's, so there is a lot, probably the discrimination is in our mind as compared to the business's mind. So probably we are the one who is trying to be detached from the business and say that we are HR and you are business. So things to ponder. I will keep challenging those thought processes, so please pardon me if I come across someone who is challenging it, but probably the idea over here is that we are all HR heads, we are all senior people over here, and we all over here have to look at what lies 20 years ahead of us. If you look at certain mega trends, I'm sorry my slides might not be visible because of the size of the screen, but I'll try and cover that. If you look at the mega trends, by the end of the century, we will be 11 billion population in the world. And out of that, 40% would just be in Africa. And there are 40 countries are already experiencing declining in the population. Now, that's the reality. However, now, if you look at on the other side, climate change. Sorry. So if you look at climate change, probably there will be 3 billion people who will be staying in the extreme conditions, extreme weather conditions. Now, this doesn't impact HR, but it does impact the business, and it does impact how we deal with people who are going to stay over there. I'm just trying to talk about the 30,000 feet above, and probably will deep dive into each of these parameters as well of how these trends are going to impact the people strategy as well. Now look at one important trend. It took approximately 75 years for telephone to reach 100 million users. It took around 16 years, for the telephone. It took around 16 years for mobile phone to reach 100 million users. At the same time, if you look at Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, it varies from 2 years to 5 years. And look at ChatGPT, it has reached 100 million users in 2 months' time. That's the speed that we are walking in, and how we as a people, not just as an HR, how we as a people are also evolving big time. Similarly, if you look at changing relationship with work and employment, around 82% of the workers indicate that it is important that the company has a purpose. Like, why does my company exist? I think that's very, very important aspect that we need to look at. It has to be beyond just the commercial benefit. Of course, we are into business. Business is there to make profit, but it has to be more beyond it of how we are contributing back to the society. So, if you look at, there is a need to realign. The realignment comes when I was talking about the new the new modern workforce is moving inside the organization. We have to drive value for its internal customers. And for us, the internal customers would actually be the business that we are talking about, and to champion the meaningful change in the world of work. So these are the 3 pieces, and what I'm going to do next is that if you can see the slide, there are, say, 11 key interventions that probably we need to look at as we walk towards 2030. One of the key challenges that we all over here, since the morning that we have talked about attrition, we have talked about the culture, we have talked about how we provide the employee experience, etc. But one of the key aspects, if you look at, is the productivity paradox. How are we calculating the productivity? I have got some interesting data coming up in the next slide. We'll talk about that, of how productivity in India is superior than the world across. But still we have got miles to go, because our average age lies around 30 to 33 as compared to anywhere else in the globe, which would be hovering around late 40s. How do we tackle the hidden workforce across the globe? The point of no return is DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusive, and belongingness. Yeah? And like this, so we have to, I will be talking about each of these. One of the aspect of this is also about HR meets PR. I will talk about what does this mean, how do we shift from work-life balance to work-life fit, and one of my favorite topics over here today would also be how do we get rid of non-productive jobs in the organization and how this creates the massive disengagement not only with the general employees but even with the performers in the organization, and thus linking it with attrition. Now, if you look at the productivity on the left side of the graph, if you look at it, this graph is primarily of US, UK, Canada, and Europe. The productivity has got stagnated over there. Probably what is expected from the employee has been absolutely same year on year. But now there's an interesting data on the right side when we look at India. In India, if you look at the cumulative revenue per employee, it has increased substantially from FY19 to FY23, which is pre-COVID and post-COVID. At the same time, employee cost as a percentage to revenue has also increased, but there is an exception. The exception over here remains to be banking sector and the capital goods. Probably the reason over here is that we are paying far more because we want the talent in our organization. So there is absolute need which is coming like to buy the talent at any cost, and because of that, this has gone up. One of the other reasons is because of the evolution of IT, the tech side of it, because these talent comes at a particular price, and each and every organization, whether it is a big BFSI organization or a microfinance company, probably we want that talent to be in our company, and hence the cost as a percentage to revenue has actually deteriorated for these two sectors. Probably something for us to watch out for, and what is more important for us as an HR, what is the key takeaway for us is that are we measuring this piece and are we regularly monitoring it and taking it back to our people of how this can be further enhanced. Second piece, if you look at tapping the hidden workforce today, if you ask any recruiter over here or either any HR professional, we all find massive issue with regards to recruitment. 75%, if that is the biggest challenge, and if we treat our candidate as our customer, 75% of them are not treated well. They do not get any feedback. Probably the people who could actually be your future prospective employee, you miss them out completely. Today, a fresher whom you have rejected after 5 years can actually be a big or great employee for you if he or she has worked somewhere else and comes and joins you later. So probably we are also responsible for not providing that experience that they should be. If you look at 63% of the recruiters says that the talent shortage is the biggest issue, and but at the same time, the way we kind of treat them is absolutely not great. 76% of hiring manager admits that attracting the talent is the biggest challenge, and especially in the front line, it is all the more so. So in the front line employees, we find it really difficult to attract talent, and probably this demand and supply is of a very different nature altogether. Still, the unemployability is high in India, and still we are not able to attract. So that's the dichotomy that we are trying to address. So probably, now if I have to talk about what lies ahead, somewhere we have to start looking at things from a very different lens. Can we start tapping workforce which is actually capable, but probably not being utilized properly? It could be probably the retired professionals. It could actually be women who have gone on maternity break. They have taken a prolonged break because of various reasons. There's nothing wrong that we get them back. So I think there is a lot over here that probably we can look at. We can look at the extension of the retirement age as well. So all up to us of how we want to tap this particular hidden talent in the market. D&I think there is enough and more which has been talked about. No second thought about it. Probably one of the data point that I was reading when I was doing the research on this is that every 10% increase in your diversity has a direct impact of 3.5% on your profitability. I think it says it all. But at the same time, if you look across in your organization, there are certain barriers. These barriers are, I don't know if it's intent or non-intent, but there are people who would deny this. The denial is like, this is not my problem. The denial is about the disengagement. The denial is about derailing about it. What about other problems? Why are we trying to solve D&I first? I think there exists a merit in having a diversity, and for me, diversity just does not mean about the gender diversity. It goes far beyond the gender diversity across the race, across the age. I think the more you have the diversity in the team, probably if you look at the team-wise diversity, it will be much easier to solve as compared to anything else. I remember long back in my career, we had a South African boss who was heading the marketing department, and we used to have a psychometric assessment. One of the things that he brought in was that, look, I have 4 different type of brand managers for each of the brand, and while I do the competency assessment of these, can I have a diverse skill set? So one brand manager could actually be the creative guy, the other could be more of the data analyst, who's driven by the data. The third is more of the innovation, who tries to look at the market trends, etc. I think even the acumen could be the diversity over here. So probably for all of us to reflect on how are we dealing with the diversity over here. And each and every thought that comes in the room or the meeting room is equally important. The way forward, probably try and use the data is what I would say. I'm a very big fond of the data. When you're trying to try something and when you get a roadblock, try and see before and after, try and bring in the data of how the profitability of the organization is increased because of this. Second piece, most important, try and have a blind test. Like say for example, you provide the resume of a candidate without a name and just share. See how things changes over there. You will see a difference coming in. Climate change, I know this might sound pretty boring for many people, but it's a reality. It's a reality that is going to hit the generation next. And somewhere we as an HR professionals have to take that lead in terms of how our organization is driving this change. This is a proper change management. BFSI sector has actually been, when I was working for the George Finser Group, I think they are the ones who have actually taken a leap ahead in this journey. And I don't need to mention about how their market shares have gone up, how their share markets, you can look at their prices, how that has gone up. So I think it requires a deliberate effort to look at it. Probably few of the tips that I can provide offhand is, can this be part of your performance goal sheet for the leadership team? Just a food for thought. Silos to solutions. I think Dave Ulrich, who has been the father of modern HR, is what we always perceive. He's the one who has introduced this concept of HR business partnering. The question over here is that it was true then, what is true now is very different probably. Are we moving from just partnering? Because the moment you put business and HR in 2 different silos, you are discriminating yourself, and business is not at all discriminating. You yourself are discriminating from business by making that statement that you are business and I am HR. You are creating that wall. Probably my approach over here, this very personal opinion, my approach over here would be of an inclusive of how I am adding value to the business, both in terms of not the immediate impact, but also the long-term impact on the organization. Few of the designations that I see in HR evolving, moving from business partnering, organization development, change management, would probably move to strategy, advisory, transformation. Employer brand or talent acquisition would move to awareness and attraction. People experience and culture would be the one which will come in as compared to performance, total rewards, or employee experience. And the talent management probably would move to people growth and enablement, because by using these words, you are actually talking about the solution that you are bringing on the table and not just remaining the silos of the HR over here. Well, while we do all that, one of the very important aspects is also around HR Lean Sin. I think somewhere deep dive into us, we also need to look at how we are rebranding ourselves. What is the purpose? Why do we exist? What is the vision that we have? While we create the goal sheet for everyone, while we push everyone to create their own organization vision or the KPIs, do we really know what we stand for or what is our purpose in that organization? Can we define that vision for first year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years? I think that shifts the entire orientation, the way we look at ourselves as well, and probably that is what will keep us on track. I know it might sound pretty theoretical as such, but this is something that we have tried and tested, not just in our organization as a practitioner, but in many companies that we serve. We have tried bringing this piece, and we have seen a massive change in the capability of the HR, because that's one of the discussions that we were having in the morning, that how do we build the capability of HR. The capability of HR will not be built in just by the seminars or sending them for certain training programs, but it will be through the reflection of making them realize what is the vision of the purpose for HR to exist in their organization. HR meets PR. I think this is we have seen a lot of layoffs happening, right from Byju's to Unacademy, Ola, Vedantu, Swiggy, you name it, we have it. You look at the global names, you have got Google to Meta to Amazon, Microsoft, everyone has laid off, right? And probably today the news is on the Google CEO as well. Let's see what happens there. But the point is, when this separation happens, probably, and the news goes out like this, I think there is something wrong that probably HR has not been able to manage it well. How are we having, what's the kind of, how are we connecting into the value system? But there's a lot that probably we need to, because like just a normal brand takes years to build, so is the employer brand. It takes years to build. And the same get absolutely collapsed with one wrong separation. We have seen massive videos, I would not like to name, on LinkedIn, people abusing. Probably it was one of the financial institute where one of the branch manager was abusing their own team member about conducting the interviews. We have seen how the layoffs had happened in one of the edtech companies. I think there is a far way better things to manage, and probably we also need to learn from the PR agency on what to do and what not to do, etc. And somewhere probably our HR folks also needs to be trained in terms of the PR tactics. At the end of the day, while we can put the blame on any of the managers, but the reality is that we are responsible for people and we are responsible for the culture, and the buck stops here. AI, I think I'll not talk much about it. There is a massive amount of conversation which has happened in the morning, so I'll be repeating myself if I talk about the importance of AI in the organization. There's a clear-cut, in terms of the growth of the organization wherever we have introduced tech. However, one thing that we need to be mindful of, how do we bring in the transparency, how do we hold our ethics and the value when we store those data. and at the same time, last but not the least, of how are we managing the human side of it and not just relying on tech. I've had the experience of few of the BFSI organization wherein probably they have relied so much on tech that the human touch has completely gone missing. So I think again a downside of it, of how do we balance both tech and the human side, is again very, very important. About the work-life balance, I think it is important to, work-life cannot be managed on a day-to-day basis. There are times that probably the work will demand more and the life will demand more. Probably it is about balancing the flexibility, expectation, and the legalities. There are various examples that, at times, in fact, just 2 days back, I was looking at one of the articles and it said that probably work-life balance, as the word since the time it has made us more non-productive, because the Instas and the Facebook, they have kind of influenced us so much that probably we are not seeing the hard work that has gone behind the people who are actually putting those Insta posts. So if you look at the certain celebrities, they work for 24 hours to release a movie, right? They take care of their health, they take care of their diet, they go for all the sacrifices. And then probably, so somewhere when we try to see, we have to try and see how do we balance the both sides. But anyways, coming back to the organization side, I think it is about having the flexibility. The new generation which is coming in, probably they expect a far more flexibility than what we have currently in India. And when I say the new gen, anyone who is 5 years younger to you is actually a new gen in these days. So be mindful of when you're talking about new gen, that is it like I'm at 40 and someone is at 20, is it a new gen? Well, probably if you're at 40 and someone is at 35, 35 is also a new gen for you. So, okay. I mean, hand on the heart, look at all the roles in the organization that you have and see that how many of them are actually non-productive roles. You will find at least 25 to 27% of the roles which is absolutely not required in the organization. How does it matter to us as an HR? It does matter because these 25-27% of the role which is absolutely not required, they are the biggest disengagers in the organization. When you give the, I think someone asked this question about 20%, 80%, I will respond to that as well. But let me focus on this. So when you have these set of positions which is absolutely not required, they add no value, but at the same time the performance rating is far higher, and when the person who is working hard, they actually try to compare themselves with them, and then that's how they leave the organization. So it is not about what you give to me, but it is about how you have been fair in giving to others as well in comparison to me. So that's one side. The other side of it is people look at value that they are generating in the organization. If that piece is taken care of, probably your engagement would automatically go high. One of the pieces that it talks about is well compensated is obviously a positive value, but poorly compensated, but at the same time the purpose is high and it is a value generating or role, then also they are highly engaged. And that's the data that we have. Last point on this, when we are talking about those 11 paradigm shift point, is on the talent acquisition to talent access. I think the point that one gentleman made in the morning, about 20% of the people doing 80% of the job, why should we be looking at 80% of the population? Absolutely right. In fact, my response to that would be, if can we make that 20 to 22%, if 20% of the people are doing 80% of the job, even if you just increase that, if you work on those 80% of the people and out of that 2% moves to 22%, look at the productivity and it will have a massive impact. Hence, so that's one point. Now if you look at the career aspect, probably gone are those days of the ladder and the hierarchy. Probably it is time to look at moving from sales to HR, HR to finance, finance to marketing, to procurement, to anything. I think it is all about how do we challenge the status quo, and the career lattice is something that employees should own and not HR. HR over here could bring in those philosophy, could bring in those values, and we should allow employees to choose their career. I think we had some discussion around the IGPs, etc. as well. Probably that's a very big opportunity that we have, because people do get bored. 2 years, 3 years, and if they're doing the same thing, probably they will exit the organization very soon. Yeah. Final words, I think 2024 stands as a transformative year for HR, where its influence will extend beyond the traditional scope of the function. So I think we as an organization, we as an HR folks, we have got a huge responsibility in front of us, not just to manage our own organization, but also to look at the community, look at the world around us, and make that impact. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yes, please. Can I have the mic, please? Practitioners, we have worked in the corporate world. We have come together to open this company. So we work with small and medium enterprises to help the organization grow, and we partner with them in the space of HR and the finance side of it. So we provide the fractional CHRO, fractional CFO services to them.
Roles. But what is your message to all the HR heads? Because as far as my understanding goes, there is a organization politics, organization perspective, and a courageous movement. How to maneuver in this particular path from an HR head standpoint? What is your suggestion?
Thank you so much for asking this question. It's a very relevant question. 20 lakhs, 25 lakh rupees, roughly, if you are at a mid-senior level. The vice president of the organization, who is taking a talent probably at 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs rupees of salary, the time investment in buying the car, the person would take probably 1 month to research everything about the car, the engine, to the mechanics, to everything. But when it comes to recruitment, they would just randomly recruit anyone with 1 hour of interview, and you will be looking at your phone 5 times when the interview is happening, and you will still take a call. Because it's not my own money, right? And it is an organizational money, and that's how we kind of invest. Coming back to your question, so I think somewhere the seriousness with regards to the people issue needs to come in, because the way we are serious about buying a car, we are not very serious about when we are inducting that employee in the organization. I think it is, if you have to fight any battle in the organization, the only way that you can fight is 2 things. 1, can you try and bring in some data on the table, and can you have a good storytelling around it? If that's not the way one, probably you will only be losing the battle. Because no one in the room is going to appreciate that just because we feel. So what we feel is what we feel, but probably if it is backed by certain logic and the data and certain examples, probably it will have more resonance over there.
Yeah, I had a question. I mean, you mentioned something about diversity of net profit. Can you just articulate that thought, because I'm not able to kind of see it translate into a P&L. I mean, if you can just do that.
So this is a research 1.5 years back, and probably if you look at why is government today, if you look at Republic Day, the theme was on the diversity, right? Why is every country talking about diversity? Why is SEBI, which has put a mandate for the BFSI to have certain level of gender diversity right now? Because in diversity, there are various diversity which comes in. But probably government also, or certain organization has taken that, yes, I've got 5 parameters, probably let me first try to address the gender itself. Because that itself is a very big discrimination in our society. The reason is, When you are trying to do this, there are two things which happens. One, you get a diversity of thoughts. When you have a different gender, when you have a woman in boardroom, probably you will have a very different thoughts coming in, number one. Number two, look at the impact on the community. The impact on the community is far larger than what we can actually imagine. And somewhere we have to come out of that unconscious bias that it doesn't impact. So it is not something that probably it is just on the slide. You Google it, a report on McKinsey on diversity of how it impacts the profit. You will see the numbers over there.
We're talking about certain indicators. So basically, all organizations are now working towards it, ESG, and all the governance indicators, gender diversity, all the sustainable development goals are actually covered in ESG.
Absolutely.
So basically, you're offering ESG services, ESG advisory, something like that. Because how, again, continuing with this point, how does what you are saying translate into, the profit books?
Okay.
Yeah.
So two parts of the question. One, sure how successful they have been. And what is more important is, as an HR, are these ESG goals or the diversity goals also the part of the organization KPI? Is it there and CEO -1 across all the level? If it is only with the CEO or only with the only with him or probably with the ESG head, it is only going to probably die its own death. Diversity as a ratio, if you want to drive, it cannot just be HR agenda. It has to get into the business goal sheet as well.
When you stated that this called HR driving climate change adaptations, how can you pull in? What is the expectation and how the fraternity can deliver towards this climate change adaptations? That is where I am not connected to. I am just wanting some more insight.
Okay, fair point. See, if you look at the VI is going to have 11 billion population, and at the same time there will be certain amount of population will be staying in around 3 billion of them will be staying in extreme weather. These are the hard realities. Now, somewhere we have to admit that this is what we are dealing with. As a professional, now this is not something that is in our hand completely, right? But what is in our hand, when at the beginning of the financial year, when we are trying to facilitate, it is important that we bring in this particular agenda as well, because this is something that if we do not push, it would never happen, number one. Number two, when we are doing the budgeting exercise of all the new headcounts that we need to have, do we see a merit in having one person who leads the ESG agenda as well, or someone in the senior person, can this job get clubbed over there as well? So these are the pieces that probably we can try and look at. These are not something that we have to solve it ourselves, but probably we have to facilitate in a way that we are able to solve it for the community and the society.
So we'll stop here. I can share Abhimanyu's email ID and phone number. You can get back to him directly. But we have two more sessions, two more presentations. One from the Formula HR, something they will be talking on technology. That is also a demand from Anuradha from Formula HR.
So we are absolutely delighted to be here to talk to you about how technology can enable HR and help you to contribute to the bottom line, because that is something we've been hearing all along. And through the morning, the sessions, there were so many nuggets which we picked up, and this bolsters our belief and commitment that technology can continue to solve problems in your industry. So happy to be here today. I'll just quickly trace route. I'm not here to show a demo of Formula HR, so no worries about that. So I will just quickly trace route and tell you how we have evolved as a HR tech company. So quickly flashback, rewind 20 years. So that was the time when HR was a glorified admin function, no offense, but that was what it was back then. the dot-com era had just about started. Web technologies were at a very nascent stage, and we were a fledgling software company at that time. So that's the setting. And as luck would have it then, we had an incredible opportunity to develop an online performance management system. And this ask came from a HR leader of a very large student conglomerate. He was struggling with his performance appraisals, which were, paper pencil mode. They were a pan-India company, about 1,500 to 2,000 employees. And so he believed that technology could solve the problem. Back then it was unheard of, and online PMS was just unheard of. So he nudged us to do this. But here's the thing: it was not so much for efficiency gain or cost cutting and so on. He said that he wanted to be able to reward his employees on time. So that struck a chord with us. So we got down to it, and within a very short time, we rolled out an online PMS. It was a phenomenal success, and there's been no looking back since then. And by the way, the workforce at that time, they're not Gen X, Gen Z. I mean, 20 years back, they were probably prior to the baby boomers. So he drove the culture, and so we knew we had found our sweet spot then. That we knew that HR tech is a space where we would stay and thrive. So in the interest of time, I'm going to quickly, fast forward 20 years. HR as a function has transformed dramatically into a very, very critical function that works closely with business to drive results. And alongside, technology has also, evolved so dramatically. Where the browser was there fought out in the early 2000s, and then you had in the last decade we've seen social, mobile, analytics, cloud. So HR tech today is actually a convergence of all of these technologies. And with this, and because most solutions are delivered on the cloud, there is also a responsibility for the service provider to be able to commit on confidentiality, integrity, and security and availability. So all of this is the responsibility of the HR tech service provider, and I'm so proud to say that in this journey, after 20 years, we have a full stack, an enterprise-grade human resource management system with about 9 core modules and several satellite modules. And this is, adhering to the highest standards of security. And we have more than 1,000 plus years of, 1,000 plus client service years to accredit, so you can imagine how robust and rich our product is. So basically, it didn't grow overnight. It has been curated over the years. With each implementation, the product has become richer and richer in features and functionality. We've listened to our users, and this has the best practices embedded in it. And the intentions of so many HR managers are available in Formula HR. So I would imagine that it's a dream tool for any HR manager. So, and feels good, because back then, I mean, that was a time when the ERPs were there, where, I'm talking about 20 years back, where, the supply chain and financials, all of that was put on the pedestal, but HR tech was treated like a poor cousin. And now, over the years, it feels so good that we've earned our pride of place in the enterprise IT arsenal. There are actually serious budgets for HR tech today, so it feels good. Formula HR, we offer it in 2 models. One is the enterprise model, which is a deep engagement to solution approach, and the other model is the classic, the multi-tenant platform. Whichever this is, and this is one thing in our DNA is that we do not ape what is trending in the industry. So this is the biggest differentiator from a technology perspective, and this is behind the scene for you, so you may not have visibility to this, but we have kept the databases as private databases. That, of course, for the SaaS, the enterprise model, which is a dedicated one-to-one model, it will be that way. But even in the multi-tenant model, which is the cloud solution approach, we have, by design, it's a conscious design and it's paid off, especially in this age where newer technologies like AI, where data security is going to be orders of magnitude more important than it was ever before. So we've kept the databases private. That means your data. No other customer can ever have access to your data. So this is a design, we are cut above the rest with respect to this. Um, Again, whichever platform or whichever model it is, the bottom line is that HR tech should be able to strengthen the hands of HR leaders like you and help you to deliver on your goals and drive organization success. So I can speak for Formula HR because we are here today on the recommendation of our esteemed customer Dwara. I don't see him on the audience now. So, who was outside? Okay, uh, so that's a vindication that we've added value to Dwara's HR processes. So thank you, Huma, she's there, okay? And of course, thank you, Ritu from Sa-Dhan for reaching out to us because this was a nudge that came from outside for us to present this technology. Okay, so first things first, non-negotiable part of this is all your HR processes. Anything that can be done by a system should be automated and digitized. This is absolutely non-negotiable. Most people would have already done it, but for those of you who haven't, it's imperative that you do it at the earliest because any new technology like AI will rely on data sets and clean data to be available for any meaningful output to come out of it. So all processes have to be automated. I'm talking about everything right from employee onboarding to your life cycle events, your confirmation process, movements, transfers, promotions, leave and attendance on a daily basis, offboarding as well, your monthly payroll. So none of that, HR should not be saddled with these activities because technology can definitely do it. However, they should have a window to be able to see whether everything is going fine, make timely interventions and so on. And the important thing here is not just the automation, but that it should be audit ready. I know that all of you spend a good bit of time every year with your auditors, so you should be able to pull out the who, what, when of critical processes and data fields from the system. And so it might be tedious sometimes to deal with auditors and their asks, but we are very grateful because that has fortified our system to a huge extent. And a very recent example I can share with you is, with companies, the pay sheet, it's a monthly process. The pay sheet is authorized, signed off, and then somebody else from finance does the bank transfer and so on. But in some companies, auditors are so demanding and stringent that even the last mile, they want to eliminate the risk, not mitigate, but eliminate the risk of any error, either intentional or through negligence, so that even the last mile, so the pay sheet or the bank transfer file is actually encrypted and it hits the bank server directly. So that is something that we've done quite recently. Of course, the modalities are different. If it is HDFC, then the encryption happens at their end. If it is SBI, then it's encrypted and sent to the bank server. So what I'm trying to say is that all of this has strengthened our product, and we are very proud to say that we are a reliable and a trusted service provider for many large companies and quite a number of companies from the NBFC sector. So once we've got the mundane tech out of the way, so that should lead HR to be able to drive a culture of high performance. And how can you do that? I did say that we started our journey with PMS in the early days. So performance management remains our forte because we do not get prescriptive in these things because we understand that you're dealing with people, and HR leaders also bring their cumulative knowledge to the current organization. They know what works, what won't work. See, the underlying science still remains the same, broadly, but there are certain tweaks, certain nuances which will work for that organization. So we are able to customize our framework to accommodate those little, value adds for each organization. And so again, I won't talk about the usual PMS goal setting, review, all of that, but I will say one thing that, again, a status monitor. This is something like, inspired from your live cricket boards and all of that, life scores. So HR heads should be able to see what is happening where and what is, so that they can take timely action, because without that you cannot drive the rigor of periodic or timely reviews and reward your employees on time. That's not going to be possible without a strong system. Again, performance diary, these are good things to have, little nuggets that have been added along the way. So, it's employee friendly basically, because usually what happens is that at time of reviews, people, flash back and say, okay, I did this. But this can give you a ready lookup of what you have done along the way. even if it's not linked to your goals, if it's some out of turn achievement you've done or something that you would like to keep on record, it's a great way to keep that and show it at the time of reviews. So that's one thing. Bias correction. This is something I've not seen wide adoption, but in the very early days we did that. The reason I put that out there was because, we're talking about AI and how AI is likely, of course, we have to see that play out, that AI is likely to eliminate bias in assessments. So even in the early days, there was a very, very scientific, mathematical way by which you could do that. You arrive at a bias factor and then you multiply the actual score with the bias factor to arrive at the bias corrected score, which is then used for processing increments and so on. So that is a very interesting thing that we've seen. So that's why we say these practices, we don't get prescriptive. Our framework has all of these little things in it already. So whatever works for you, we'll align with that. Score moderation, another thing which some organizations do it at the organization level. Larger ones like to break it down to the department levels and so on. 360-degree feedback. Here's again another thing. I'm not sure sometimes practices are just copied because it's done in the West. Because I know for a fact that as a culture, we're not ready for feedback yet, for feedback from peers and colleagues. So it's very much a part of our stack. We've not seen adoption though. A fun fact about that is when we rolled out 360 a few years back, all was well, and this is for an organization that had already rolled out the other modules. So they said, okay, now we're ready for 360, so let's do 360. And after 1 week, we got a flurry of calls saying, disable the module, disable the module. There were a lot of red faces and ruffled feathers. People were not able to handle the feedback. Okay, so but that did not stop us. So what we did is we went on to bring about the anonymity in 360. So you can still, so anyone who's mature enough for self-development and he wants a 360-degree feedback, he can always use the anonymity feature to be able to get that. Outcome of performance increment letters, again, we are good to align with whatever state of readiness your company is in. For instance, most of the time it's almost completely offline and then you just publish the letters through an interface. The widely used model that we've seen is it's semi-automated, which means the letters are generated online, but the numbers are appended from outside, right? And the third model, which large organizations are doing now, is where it is completely automated. And this really takes a huge, overhead off from HR. And these letters are, of course, published in ESS, fully digitally signed and so on. How do you talent pool your organization? You need to have a ready view of how you have to see how it's distributed. Okay, not all the modules. So basically, I'm trying to say that it's possible, and we've seen even 16 blockers. It's not just 9 blockers. So I think in the interest of time, what I'm going to say is just focus on. These things are a must-have for any HR tech software. Integration capabilities with other systems, your biometric integrations, single sign-ons, and integration with the KYC portals, your credit score partners, and so on. So all of that is there. I'll just take 2 or 3 examples of problems in the MFI which have been solved by technology. A lot of panelists talk about absconding, which is a nagging problem for you. And so we have an elegant solution, and we've already implemented in Dwara and a few other companies as well, where there are early warning systems and there are alerts sent out to people who need to be alerted, and there are automated warning letters that go out to the employee. And more importantly, his access to systems is disabled, at least restricted. So of course, there is always the option of rollback if he does show up afterwards. So this is how absconding, which is a very big problem in MFI, is being handled in Formula HR. The other thing that we notice is that as the business expands, your branches, clusters, mergers, bifurcations happen. This has a cascading effect on other modules. So we've given a simple interface to be able to manage this in the front end, where you relocate your employees and disable other branches and so on. So all of this leads to huge. HR can certainly contribute to the bottom line if they are helped with technology. The incentive slips is the other thing that we said we have integrated with WhatsApp and actually generated the incentive slips and sent it out to WhatsApp for some of the companies. Future, exciting times ahead. like somebody else said, we're not going to talk about AI because, but prior to that, I'll just talk about one practice which I've seen, trending now, not trending, but hybrid is here to stay. We all know that. But a future way of work, F1 is something where people can, have the flexibility to decide what is your roster for the next 3 months in terms of work from home or work from office, and at the same time within the rules governed by decided by the organization. So employee is happy because there's flexibility, the company is happy because there's accountability. So it is a model which we think will work in the times to come. AI, well, we're super excited about it as a technology company, and we have seen some use cases, and we're already working with experts. And here's the thing though, while technology will embrace intelligence which is artificial, HR will still continue to deal with people who are real. So how this artificial and real actually, get married is something that we have to see. And we have experts who are guiding us on the security part of this, because that is going to be the biggest concern as we enter these new technologies. So again, I'd like to sign off saying that we are a company that understands HR. We've been here long enough to understand HR. We can demystify technology, and we can help you with the right solution for your business. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to see you all again soon.
Thank you, Anuradha. Now, many of us have this certificate in your office rooms, your HR rooms, chairman's office, great place to work. So here it is.
Alright, so what I'm going to probably present today is, some of the insights, from our study, based on the participation from the microfinance sector, right? So that's what I thought it would be good for us to cover today. Talking about what's the business case, right? Why are all of us here and wanting to talk about workplace culture? Why is it important? So business case. A little bit about Great Place to Work framework, because without that, we won't be able to understand the insights that I'm about to present. Current status of workplace culture in the MFI sector. This is based on our research from the participating MFI companies. Comparison to the largest or the larger BFSI sector, right? Because we form a part of the BFSI sector overall. And of course, if time permits, any questions that you may have for us, right? So let me get started quickly. What's the business case, right? Why are all of us here and talking about investing in workplace culture or trying to create a great workplace culture? So we all know, I think we've spoken since morning that businesses do compete in two markets. One is the market for our customers, and second is the market for talent, right? And by now I think we know that winning in the market for talent is actually a prerequisite to win in the market for customers, right? So there's nothing more that I can say which emphasizes the importance of workplace culture. However, right, we've been talking about why or how can we support business, right? So here's a great business case for all of you to look at. Very interesting work that RSM Astute, it's an independent consulting firm that has been studying the best workplaces in the country. And when I'm referring to the best workplaces, I'm talking about the top 100 workplaces in the country across industries, right? And we've been doing this study since 2008-9. I think what's very clearly visible is that the best workplaces have been able to outperform various market indices like a BSE Sensex or a Nifty 50 by at least a factor of 3x, right? And there is enough and more research to support, what I'm trying to present here is there is not just correlation between, companies that have great workplace culture performing well, there is causation, right? And, for all of those of you who are interested to know more, I can share some of those links with you, but there is definite causation between creating a great workplace culture and of course, a great business performance.
Just tell what are the factors you take for the best workplace culture? When you say best workplace, what are those few parameters or factors you take it?
Right. So, sir, best workplaces are basically, our top 100 recognized companies. We do best workplaces in BFSI, etc. But the way we recognize or come out with a list of these companies is based on two things. One is your employee survey, right? So employee experience becomes a key component of workplace culture. So we
we get feedback from employees as to how do they feel the workplace culture at their organization. So that's one component. The second component is actually the people practices framework that the organization has in place. Right? So these are two aspects. One is what your employees are perceiving as the workplace culture to be. The second aspect is what are the people practices that you as an organization have put in place for creating a certain experience amongst your employees. So both these factors play a part. There is of course weightage of 75% given to the employee experience survey because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are actually going to tell us what the workplace culture is. Yes. Yes. So these are basically companies who participate with us in the certification and recognition program, and the top ones, from those actually get recognized, and those are the ones that I'm referring to as the best workplaces in the country. Right. So let's quickly understand what's the Great Place to Work framework, right? And we've been speaking about different practices, different examples that a lot of our panelists shared with us. We've been studying workplace culture for more than 40 years now, and there is only one thing which is common, right? In all companies that have great workplace culture, that's the factor of trust. Right? And that's not changed from 1984, the year that Great Place to Work started, studying workplace cultures across countries. Right? So trust, of course, is at the heart of great workplaces, and that's where our framework also stems from. So, like Mr. Natarajan mentioned in the morning, we keep employee at the center of the workplace. That's how our model is based as well. Very, very simple definition of what we believe a great place to work is. Right? So, a great place to work is where employee has trust in the management. Okay, management would here mean largely the apex management, but also the middle layer of management. That an organization will have. So employee has trust in the management, takes pride in the work that they do, right? And of course enjoys the company of their colleagues, right? So very, very simple definition, and our model is based on this. I'm just quickly going to cover the model. We call it as a trust index survey instrument, right? And these are the 5 focus areas, right? The first 3 on your screen, which are on your screen right now: credibility. How credible do the employees perceive the management of the organization to be? This will manifest in forms of communication, manifest in forms of management's action, matching its words. It will also manifest in the form of how credible in terms of ability to take the organization to where the goals have been set out for. Respect, how respected the employee feels, right, within the organization. So it's through demonstrated care, it's through support that we provide for our employees to grow both professionally and personally through initiatives like training and development, which we spoke in one of our panels. Fairness, very, very critical dimension, the most difficult one to crack for organizations. Are employees treated fairly, irrespective of their age, caste, gender, etc.? Is there equity? Equity in terms of treatment, equity in terms of pay. And by pay, we don't mean whether every employee is getting paid similar. What we mean is whether employees are getting paid fairly for the kind of work that they do for the organization. And of course, justice. Like we also spoke about redressal mechanisms that organizations need to have in place in case your employees feel treated unfairly. So that's the third dimension. All of these actually cover employees' perception about the management of the organization. Right. The next focus area is pride. Here we are trying to understand, of course, pride that the employee has in their work that they do, but also pride in what they achieve as a team, as an organization, the brand or the purpose that the organization stands for. So pride in the organization that you work for. And last but not the least, this is like a hotly debated dimension, camaraderie came actually in focus right now. Work from home, work from office, a lot of debate around it, but camaraderie is where you enjoy the company of your colleagues. We are trying to understand, do employees feel welcome when they join the organization? Do they have a hospitable environment if they move functions?
right? And is there a sense of belonging, that they feel in the organization? So very, very simple yet very robust framework. This is the framework that we use for our employee experience survey. And the certification program, that Rituparna spoke of the certificate, right? The certification program is based on the outcome of your employee experience survey, right? So very, very simple and transparent mechanism that we have in place. Very quickly moving on to the current status. Now keep in mind that this is based on the participating microfinance institutions in our study, right? Now 84% of MFI employees believe that taking everything into account, their organization is a great place to work. What's the significance of taking everything into account, right? We've been speaking since morning about what are some of the challenges, attrition, this, that, etc. However, there is always an emotional connect that an employee has with its organization. And this statement actually talks about the emotional connect that your employees from the sector have with the organization. So 84% is actually a good score, but if I have to give you perspective around what's the score on this statement for the top 100 companies in the country, last year it was 91, right? So that's how emotionally connected the employees in the best workplaces are.
How many MFIs?
In total in our study, so I think our overall BFSI study last year had about 160 odd companies. About 20% of them will be MFIs, right? And in terms of volume, the BFSI sector, we captured about 9.5 lakh employee voices being represented in our study. 60% of the 9.5 lakhs belongs to banking and credit institutions. That's rational because we have a very large workforce as we've been talking since morning, right? Pride and fairness actually define the workplace culture for the MFI sector. So we are very high on pride, whether it's pride about the work that the employee is doing, whether it's pride about being part of the organization. But fairness is an area where we need some improvement, right? Now, what I put on screen, I'm not going into details, maybe I'm happy to share the presentation with all of you. But some of our higher scoring areas are currently on our screen. These are, as per our study, the areas of strengths for the sector and areas of improvement. My apologies, I think the red font is not very, very clearly visible, but let me call it out for you, right? So, areas of strength, management competence clearly comes out as an area of strength. Pride in the organization, like I mentioned, contribution to the society. We've been talking about purpose since morning. I think that's very well comes out. Very quickly, in the interest of time, just sharing a very small anecdote, right? And this is when we were visiting one of our clients who's a hospital actually, right? And while we were walking, we actually came across a janitor, right, who was sweeping floors. And we asked them, what do you feel about your organization and your role? Right? The person said, I am here to save lives of people. Right? And how do you connect that? Right? I'm as a janitor, I'm sweeping floors, I'm cleaning floors, etc. Absolutely, right? I mean, the person was made to understand that you are ensuring that there is no infection caused to the patients, right? And that's how you are saving lives. So that's the power of purpose, right? I thought I'll just quickly leave that for all of you. Areas of improvement, fairness at work. Like I said, every employee being treated fairly is an area of improvement for us. Recognizing honest mistakes, I think we all realize the value of innovation. Innovation will mean that we fail sometimes, right? But are we able to recognize those honest mistakes and move forward? Involvement in decision making, another important aspect, because we've spoken enough about as we grow in scale, right? Not every employee is going to be impacted or touched by the senior management. So how are we able to involve employees across different cadres of workforce and making them feel involved in decision making? So these are our areas of improvements. Very, very quickly comparing some of these. Now you will see some of the areas of strengths and improvements changing, because this is in comparison to NBFCs and small finance banks specifically. Right, so fair share of profits, special and unique benefits. I think we are doing a good job trying to understand what adds value to different cohorts. But areas of improvement, we spoke about not celebrating special events to that extent, right? So that's one area of improvement for us. Avoiding micromanagement is again a clear area of improvement. Counting on people to cooperate. Are people able to collaborate well between different teams, right? And a very similar comparison to the BFSI industry. Again, areas that we probably need to work on: avoiding micromanagement, ability for our employees to take time off, and fair treatment regardless of their race and caste. The last slide, okay, and I hope to close on time, is what are the key drivers right, of great workplace culture and the perception for our employees. And these are drivers that are basis our understanding that we've seen that when these levers are moving in the right direction, the perception also goes up. The first one is executives fully embodying the best characteristics of the company. So every company has certain values that they believe in. How are our executives embodying, those characteristics? We've heard examples, from Mr. Manjunath earlier. When he spoke about how he visits the fields, right? With their workforce. Celebrating new and better ways of doing things. Again, this is a lever for innovation. Very, very important for organizations that are actually looking at scaling. And last but not the least, when we are able to treat our employees, as a full member, regardless of their position, these are three key levers for us to keep in mind, for us to improve our workplace culture as well as the perception of our employees, about our workplace. So I hope I was able to, share some insights in the limited time. Thank you so much.
And before we end, let me thank the last session, last speakers in this session. We had with us Shriyans Vijay. May I request Gigi sir to just give a token of appreciation, a small token of appreciation. Abhimanyu, kindly join us. And Prasad Kachar. Thank you so much for all your help.
Before we wind up, let me just give a thanks to all of you, especially so many of you continue to be here, which definitely shows the interest, as I said in the beginning, of the topic which we are discussing today. And one thing which has come out very clearly from all the deliberations, all the panelists, all the speakers, is that we need to be more, I would say, empathetic to our staff members, our employees. They are basically the breadwinners for all our companies. So we need to, our policy should be aligned to that. Our approach to them has to be aligned to that. So whether it is in the way of incentives, whether in the way of better pay packages, or whether it is in the form of a better policy, whether it is transfer policy or a promotional policy, whether it is in the form of better creating a better work environment within the organization, we need to keep them happy and ensure that proper work-life balance is maintained, because they also have aspirations in their life. Especially the present generation of people, definitely they look forward for a better life quality. So we need to align ourselves to these requirements, and I only hope that this discussion doesn't remain within these 4 walls. It needs to go out of this. I would request all of you to please take this message to your management and see that what best is possible to what best is possible at from your level. A little bit of change, that will make a lot of difference. So kindly take it back to your home, to the office, pass on this message to your managers, your top management, and ensure that we create a better environment for our staff and create a better workplace for ourselves. And I was just wondering that probably when you do a program next time, cyber, we should, along with the HR heads, we should also bring in the business heads also. Yeah. Because each one has to appreciate one another. Because if you independently, as somebody said, in silos, if you see, each one has their own priorities. but they should also try to understand each other better. So maybe next time when we do a program like this, we will try to bring in both the HR heads as well as the business heads. So with this I thank everyone, and I think before we conclude, one more small.
We need to thank the sponsors.
Yeah, definitely we are really obliged to our sponsors. All those names you are seeing here, they are supporting us. That's the reason why we are here, and we are able to do a good program in a befitting manner.
So our academic partners are PGD Vaishnava College.
Come. I think some.
So, apart from all these, we have like the main sponsors are Equifax, Best, Samsung, Swatantra, Coverfox, Tata Capital, Pragati FinServ, South India Finvest, Dwara Solutions, BWDA, Baura, Ashirvad Fin, Vanichand, Formula HR, and Ashirvad Finance. Vanchina. And our academic partners are from students from DG Vaishnav College. So, yeah, they are there.
Can you just?
Yeah, please come on stage.
How many of you?
As students, as HR freshers, we are yet to start our career, and this was a wonderful opportunity to meeting all the HR heads in one big forum, and it's a very great opportunity to listen to what the HR heads have to say about the upcoming domain of how HR is growing and how we are supposed to adapt to that culture also. It was a very great experience. Thank you so much for having us.
Anything you want to add? Thank you so much.